I'm with Derek. I'm the host of this internet show called Walking with Seamus. I don't remember what it's called. Something like that. Talking, right? Talking with. God, I don't remember the rest of it. Wait, I don't know. Talking with lame sheeps. That's not right. Talking with famous people. Oh, talking with famous people. What an incredibly great name. It's all right. That's what people say when I say that. It's all right. Yeah, really? I was like, see, you come up with a better name. Like Joe's YouTube channel. Joe's YouTube channel is actually a pretty good name. Dave of all people. Deion Sanders' eye-opening quote. This is what Deion Sanders said that opened my eyes a little bit. He said about his team, our confidence offends their insecurity. I was like, oh, that's such a good way to put what happens to me all the time. My confidence offends their insecurity. That must be it. That I get. It's like, oh, that's why these fuckers like to come around here and shit on me. It's because my confidence offends their insecurity. They really like that explains Jeff Shaw in a nutshell, right? My confidence offends his insecurity. That explains Michael Smith in a nutshell. I feel like somebody just explained to me all of the the spike monkeys I get, you know? That explains it. I get that. It's like they're struggling with self-concept. I'm both not, and not doing a whole lot of FE work to to compensate for that. In other words, I'm pulling a Jeff without trying to pull a Jeff, without explicitly pulling a Jeff. I'm implicitly pulling a Jeff. Very, very insecure people who are struggling to say, get 2 years of corn to grow on their land or whatever. They carry themselves and feel as they move through the world the weight of that failure, you know. And then people who aren't carrying with them at the moment as part of their self-concept the weight of a bunch of failures, they seem unfairly free. That's what confident really is free, you know. If you're free, you're confident. If you're confident, you're free. Because confidence is really just an expression of how vulnerable you feel. Like in this context, I don't feel very vulnerable at all, right? Because it's it's difficult to win word battles with me. I live my life explicitly and implicitly such that I will win all the word battles. In other words, when I am critiquable about something, I'm ahead of them on that. I've already critiqued myself. The reason they even have access to the information is because I've critiqued myself and made it public. So it's really hard to get me then, because to me, that feels like it's on the flow. So it's already been spiked out. They can't get me with it. Now, in actuality, other people may not have any recollection or any knowledge whatsoever of my spiking out those people's attacks. But it doesn't matter in terms of how I feel and my affect, because to me it feels like it's already been addressed. So that sums it up. How do we explain Jeff Shaw, Michael Smith, all the various haters, people attacking me, attacking Rachel at random times, and all that stuff? It's very simple. My confidence offends their insecurity. How dare you go through life so blithely, Eric? You know, like you're supposed to be scared like me. I'm gonna try to scare you now. Not gonna scare me. And even if you were to accomplish that, you shouldn't feel good about accomplishing that. You just should feel like even more insecure, because that's not a good strategy for anything. Is to just try to waste all of your time attacking. Do you watch WWE? What's WWE? I don't even know what it is. Worldwide everything? Do I watch worldwide everything? Yes, I do. I love worldwide everything. It's one of my favorite things to watch. I just finished watching Scott Adams explain how he reframes racism in a debate. I mean, it really depends on how a race-based argument is being used. You can't you can't have a consistent approach to reframing something like that in a debate. Um, for example, if somebody's using racial disparities in incarceration uh, as a reason to negate anti-drug laws, it can be the correct and good argument to make. In other words, because anti-drug laws can be selectively enforced. In other words, if a cop lets a perpetrator go, nobody complains, right? Because of that quality, you have selective enforcement. We can establish selective enforcement by pointing to those racial disparities in jail. So in that case, it's the correct argument to make, and you wouldn't want to reframe it. So Scott Adams needs to understand things better than he does. If he thinks he can have a standard heuristic for reframing racism in a debate, he's wrong. But you know, so is everybody. Well, remember, it takes more than being an ENTP to be right. A lot more. Okay? It takes basically being Eric to be right. You've got to have not just the cognitive function stack, you got to have the years of experience in basically applied linguistics, which is debate. Real debate, not arguing with people. Real debate, okay? Because that there, then you have the lexicon, you have the you have the language tools to actually understand what different arguments are. So if you don't have names for all of the different kinds of way of arguing, then well, yeah, he said some racist shit that he should have been critiqued for because he's a groupist by saying that. I don't think you can walk that back. You never hear me say that. You never hear me having to walk back some groupist shit. Well, I would be much more likely to agree with your statement, Boba Fett, if you said Tiffany will never get. Thank you. You're underestimating Tiffany and overestimating me. I go where the fuck I want to, Boba Fett. I'm not any of those things because those things are wrong. You're never gonna find me being a groupist because groupists are stupid. Although I do hate Vikings. Their boats are so long. That's why I've begun my organization, Racists Against Vikings E, or RAVE. The E doesn't stand for anything. And our message is we need to be more racist against Vikings. It's fine to say, Eric, you're never going to succeed things. That's correct. But when you try to tell Tiffany she couldn't succeed, boy, you are working yourself into a world of trouble. She's going to find you, Boba Fett, and now you are going to belong to me. Scott said he has lost 3 jobs because he is white. He said the management told him he was being fired because they needed the non-white slot fills. That sounds like complete bullshit to me. What boss would tell the employee they're getting rid of that? Well, it happens in the computer industry because it's a lot cheaper to outsource that work to people in foreign countries where the standard of living is lower than it is to hire Americans to do it. Right. A better employee who works, an employee who does better work for less money is always going to get the job. It had nothing to do with race. If you feel, it's like the people from India who get those computer jobs, their confidence offends Scott Adams' insecurity. So fuck Scott Adams. I'm not worried about anybody coming in here and out arguing me, out understanding debate and stuff. Oh no, that guy from India is gonna be smarter and better than me. I'm not worried about that at all. I'll crush that motherfucker. Whoever it is. It doesn't matter what country they're from, what race they are. It doesn't matter. I will crush every single comer under my boot. I have absolute certainty about that. There is not a single person in the world who can actually win debate against me because I'm right and they're wrong if they're disagreeing with me. I'm correct because I have all of these skills. And because I have all of these skills, I'm correct. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm the greatest debater in history. If I had to take the wrong position, I might lose, right? But I don't have to take the wrong position. And other people, for some reason, love to take the wrong position. It's always possible to lose when you're wrong. It's possible for me to win when I'm wrong, but I wouldn't want to do that. And it's like that's trying like that's not a good way to show off your skills when you're wrong. It just makes everybody think things are mushy and relativistic or something. What's the most correct thing you disagree with? Oh, that's an interesting question. I'd like to think I don't disagree with anything that's correct. I can't think of anything. What's the most correct thing I disagree with? Well, like, I don't think that I would never, as president, for example, of the U.S., I would never behave like Sweden did regarding refugees um, from the Middle East. But it seems to have worked out fine. I was very I can better articulate instances when I've been very wrong. You know, I keep track of those. So I was very wrong in my when I said the world's not gonna isn't that crazy. They're not gonna shut down everything because of this fucking COVID. I was wrong. They are that crazy, and they did. I mean, who's they? Just everybody, random people, you know, who have some little authority, extra legal behaviors that just, you know, the crap pile of a dumpster fire that was our COVID policy. Um, I didn't think that we were that dumb that we were going to do that, all that stuff, but we did. So I don't know why I failed to predict what was going to happen, but I'm much better at articulating what's the correct thing to do than I am at predicting what will happen. Mostly all the big issues I'm right about and have been way ahead of the curve on. Like, I was fucking pounding the pulpit on cops killing people and just general police violence for a decade before BLM picked up on it, you know? But I think that the homelessness question is the best example that I have of why I am consistently correct and other people tend to be incorrect about shit. Like, whatever their advocacies are regarding homelessness, what I've noticed is that nobody understands the context in which our current approaches to homelessness are are undertaken. So, like, if you don't know the Supreme Court ruling that is behind municipalities' current approaches to homelessness, which is basically an unfunded mandate from the federal government to provide free housing for disadvantaged populations or whatever. If you don't understand that that's the case law we're operating under, then you cannot possibly be correct about the subject. We've never heard anybody else talk about the Supreme Court decision that actually dictates to us how we must respond to homelessness in the status quo. When addressing the question of homelessness, I've never heard anybody reference it, even though, unless you do reference it and are operating under those dictates and within that frame, you cannot possibly have any good ideas about it or be correct about it. So when people don't have any of the information they need to be correct and still have strong positions on things, it makes me just shaking my head so much that my head falls off and flies down the road. Yeah, that's that's the garage door opener. And this is the top of the little car. It's pretty chilly this morning. It's like in the 50s. The thing closest to the decision boundary of a green requiring the least argument to sway you. Well, I would say hmm. Well, it's like for lots of issues where we have incomplete information, I may be in a kind of a holding pattern of, well, my current position on it is this, but I feel as though it's still an emerging issue. Selling your plasma, they pay $400 to $800 to qualify twice a week. That's pretty good money. Oh, 400 to 800 a month, twice a week. That's not very good money. How long does it take to get it taken out? Probably too long to take it out. So it takes an hour, and you gotta go twice a week. So it's 8 hours a month for. I might do that for $800, but not if I have to drive for an hour. Right then, all of a sudden, you're looking at 16 hours, and it's $50 an hour, and it's not very fun work. If I wanted to make $100 an hour, I would pimp my typing service more. I wonder where I put all the. Oh, we don't need weed money. We got plenty of weed at the moment, and I'm going to be growing. I don't plan to be buying weed anymore. I mean, occasionally I'll buy it. Like when we go on a little trip, we'll buy weed because if we want a different strain or whatever. No, I do need to make money. I don't have enough money to live on for the rest of my life. I need to make some money. Well, actually, I don't really know. It's hard to say because we haven't even touched. We haven't really looked at even the portfolio yet. So, and it depends how the markets do and stuff like that. It's hard to articulate exactly when you're getting a lot of passive income and you have a negative cash flow. You think, but you're not really sure. We haven't done an accounting of things. Well, I wonder if I'd qualify. They might say my plasma's all fucked up because I've done too many drugs and smoked cigarettes for too long and stuff like that. I don't know if that fucks up your plasma or not. I want to sell my poop. Is anybody willing to buy my poop for $1,000 of poop? So I'm about to make one right now. Plasma is not semen, Boba Fett. What's plasma? Plasma is like your blood or something. There is a wrong scenario, but you would reclassify it as being unclear the abortion debate, but that is the case of this moral reason versus that moral reason. No, I mean, what I say about the abortion debate is completely correct. That we cannot resolve it on a rights calculus for the reasons I've articulated, namely that you can't consent to getting pregnant because it's not a normal result of sex, and that it's not appropriately a federal issue. That there's absolutely no reason to conclude the federal government should have anything to do with it. It's definitely a states' rights issue. It's definitely the jurisdictional issue of the states because the states are the incubators of democracy, and for matters about which there's for which the matter is unresolved, like abortion, and can't be resolved on a rights calculus like abortion, then that's an indicator that those things need to be decided individually by the states. It's not articulated as a federal government issue in the Constitution, and the reasoning in Roe v. Wade was horrible. There is no right to privacy, so anything predicated on such is bullshit. The only thing we can say definitively about abortion is that it's not that it's unclear. It's just that Plan B is always acceptable morally for reasons I've already articulated, namely, you can't exist before being observed. So it turns out essentially, from a moral argument perspective, that every time Plan B is used, the person was not actually pregnant. And then beyond that, to the extent that we want to determine the question morally, we're forced to use holistic intuition, which definitionally is irreducible. So it's intuitively wrong to have an abortion the day before your due date. Always. But our intuition is not so clear about a week after you got pregnant. Most people's intuition would say, well, that's fine, you're not really pregnant yet somehow. You might want to argue that life begins at conception, but that's a separate question than do rights begin at conception? It's not always wrong to end life. So that doesn't resolve determining when life begins does not resolve the abortion question. We'd have to determine when rights begin, and we have no way of determining that. Because the thing is, even if we were to determine when rights begin, we still have an inherent problem that's not existent in any other instance of a rights calculus. It's never the case when you do a rights calculus that rights are in conflict with each other, because negative rights are universal and positive rights are particular. So because positive rights are contractual and negative rights are universal, there's never an instance when rights are calculated correctly when you have a conflict between two rights. But you do in abortion if you afford the baby rights, then you have a conflict. If you treat the baby like property, of course, then you have another issue. If the baby is property, then it's the work product of two individuals, and even though it's being kept within the woman's body, and therefore on her property, that doesn't give her unilateral control over it. So if we do want to treat the baby as property, then we would have to have rules that say it requires the approval of the man to abort the fetus, which women don't seem to like that idea. Anyway, I can articulate lots of correct positions about abortions, and about abortion. I can articulate exactly where we cannot uh, deductively conclude something determinate. So that's as good as we can do on abortion. And that's being correct about everything, including where things are indeterminate and where things are undeterminable. Which is not something you ever have heard anybody else do. I've never heard anybody else do it. I appear to be the only person who's completely correct about abortion. And not just abortion, it's like I also am the only person who's completely correct about typology. And that one is a lot harder to win the argument, though. I mean, it's very difficult to win the typology argument because the people I'm arguing against don't know enough to even be in the debate with me. And so before a debate can be had, it needs to be had this debate on definitions, terms, because they're operating in a haphazard world where there's no frame that's explicit. So their case level arguments are all over the place, appealing to different implicit frames. That's why I just refuse to argue about typology at this point. Like the people I'm arguing against are too far behind me to even be having the argument. But I'm not exclusively correct about evolution. Look at David Berlinski. He's saying many of the exact same things I'm saying. And we determine those things independently of one another. I came to my conclusions about evolution from researching with the intent of proving that evolution was correct, and learning through that process that it absolutely was not. If you're affirming evolution as an explanation for where species came from, you do not know what evolution is. You do not know what species are. You do not have any concept of how to establish things and what comprises adequacy in terms of establishing those things. You don't even have any idea what an explanation is if you're arguing in favor of evolution, because explanations use definitional constraints on terms to allow you to do productive intellectual work, which is to say, to eliminate certain statements from legitimacy, or to establish certain statements as legitimate. But people don't understand words for what, people don't have any frame level understanding of words in general. They just use them. They don't think about the different ways words are used. They don't, I talk to people about things, and it's like I can see and they're blind, I know that there are different kinds of statements: prescriptive, normative, descriptive. And how those statements require different kinds of substantiation, right? If it's a prescriptive statement that's non-normative, then you just need to establish that the impacts are good for you. If it's a normative statement, you need to establish that the normative claims you're making are universal, or universal to an established and framed out context. If you're making descriptive claims, then you need to substantiate that with concrete evidence, because that's the nature of descriptive statements. People don't know that. They just make statements all the time without understanding what it would require to substantiate what they're saying. They treat different kinds of statements as though they were the same. They provide the wrong kind of evidence to substantiate the wrong kind of statement. And for me to even begin to explain to them what they're doing wrong, I'd have to start with, here's what statements are. Here are different kinds of statements. Here's why we substantiated it. It's like I have to go back to remedial, like should I teach first, fifth graders, you know? But adults, every adult, no adult I ever encounter knows any of this. So you can see how it goes, right? It's like I'm in a world of blind people, and they're all using their canes and service dogs, and I'm trying to explain, like, no, the reason I know I don't need to cross the street right now is not because of that beep, actually, it's because the light's red. You go, there's no such thing as red lights. Like, well, why are you stopping? Because the beeping says stop. Okay, well, why is it saying stop? Because when it beeps, we have to stop. But why does it always beep here and not say someplace else? Because here's where you have to stop. No, it's actually because here there's a red light. There's no such thing as red lights. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. There's beeps, there's canes and dogs. That's it. Okay. Why am I bothering again? I don't remember quite why I'm bothering. But I get that my confidence offends their insecurity, right? It's like they're not sure why they're stopping. They are sure that they need to go over there. They got their fingers crossed that when it's not beeping, they'll be able to walk over there and not get hit by a car. But they're not really sure even what the danger is. They're just trying to stick to the rules, right? And here I am, just blithely crossing the street, very confident that I'm not going to get run over by a car because I can see both directions, no cars are coming, and the light's green, and the little walk guy is up. I don't need to hear those beeps. I'm not uncertain about why I'm stopping and why I'm going. Because I can see. And I can poo. I did a good job of pooing. Eric is a very good pooer. Yes, he is a very good pooer. Like, the perfect example of somebody whose insecurity is offended by my confidence, T-jump. Right from the very get-go, you can see his insecurity was offended by my confidence. Okay, the only person who's really successfully able to make me his bitch is this cat. Because who can, it's like, it's not really possible to resist those meows. He understands the difference between commands and statements and questions and stuff. He's constantly issuing commands to me, but sometimes we're just chatting. He'll just meow back. Sorry to startle you there, Troll. Just opening myself up, and Arnold Palmer. That's all. Why is that making so much noise? It sounds like the motor on this little thing is maybe not in great shape. We may have to get a new one of these things. Or is it just too low? Maybe it just needs more water. Let me see. Yeah, that was the problem. It just needed more water. It doesn't run well when it's low. This cat water thing. That's better. But I'll put more because it's still too low. You gotta kind of pour this slowly into the top of the cat water thing, or else it'll spill over the edge. I'll show you the cat water thing in a second. And this was really low because I put 4 cups of water in, it's still not even half full. Oh yes, Mr. Man. Yes, you can finally eat because you have enough people watching you. This is the cat water thing. It makes a little waterfall of water for the cats. Cats don't like to drink still water. But it makes this little pond right here, right, of water, and then it goes down these slits over here, back into here, and then it comes back up, right? But it says you have to pour this very slowly, or else it'll go over the edge. Sounds a lot more quiet now that it has plenty of water in it. It's still like maybe 2/3 full, not quite full, so I'm not gonna fill it quite all the way because that's just unnecessary. I mean, this represents me adding 12 cups of, no, hold on. 6 cups of water? Yeah, 6 cups of water. And I don't know how many cats. It takes cats a while to drink 6 cups of water. Oh, what a good drinker you are. Yes. Daddy knows and Daddy loves. Okay. So, you know what else Daddy does? He smokes. So it's time to go outside and smoke a cigarette in the garage. What I want to do before I smoke a cigarette is get a cigarette. Why? Because my cigarettes are in the car. Let's go get one. So get a pack of cigarettes from the car. I think that other pack, I finished it just the last cigarette I smoked. It was the last one in that pack. All right, so there's the car. You can see I've got my TWFP license plate. That stands for total window finishing program. Total window finishing program. Maybe you can see this. This is what's known as a carton of cigarettes. And inside of this are packs of cigarettes. I know. I was surprised to learn that too. I just thought this box must be filled with just single cigarettes, loose cigarettes. But no, it's actually filled with packs of cigarettes. That's premiere. In or out, Mr. Man? In or out? Go on. Okay. I'm going to put the carton over here. I'll put it right here. There. Now, I found this in the car on the trip. This is a bottle we had on a previous trip. It's got a little bit of nugs on the bottom. So I thought I'd smoke a little bit of that and plus a little bit of our vacation weed. And instead of our normal weed that we smoke. Plus I got cigarettes. I got my glasses. I got this torch here. And then I'm going to need the Deion, which I'll put right there. And then I still need one more thing than that. That's right, my drink. That's a lot of stuff, I agree. How am I going to carry it all? Well, I'm going to use the skills I developed when I was a professional carrier for Carry.com. Briefly lived startup that put together people who wanted to have things carried with people who wanted to carry things. And that's how I made it all the way into the garage, even though my hands are about as full as hands can be. Now look at this. I'll show you how full my hands are. Imagine this, plus I had this tripod with the camera on. A drink, 2 weeds, a bone, and a torch. Not to mention my glasses and cigarettes. Wow, this is really a successful trip to the garage. I am very impressed with myself. I remembered everything. I've got plenty of ways to light things on fire. I've got 2 torches here. I've got my coffee. I've got iced tea. I got my bomb. Got 2 weeds. My cigarettes. Wow. I am killing it today. I am killing it. I did all that in one trip. Well, the coffee's already here. Let's not take credit for things you didn't deserve credit for. You actually left this out here dumbly earlier this morning. So, don't go too easy on yourself, Mr. Man. All right. Smoking a single instance of the finest cigarettes in the world. Class A. That means top level class of cigarettes. Class A cigarettes. Marlboro Reds. These are the best cigarettes you can ever get and smoke. American Marlboro Reds. Don't be tricked by other countries. When you go there and you get Marlboro Reds, they are not the same. Only America knows how to do it right. Which international week is going to be next? I don't know. We don't plan these things, okay? They just occur organically. It's not it's not like I ain't made up International Johnny Week. It just manifests by virtue of its own correctness, you know. It's almost evening where you are. Roesimos? What was that drummer's name? Can you order a few windows? No, you can't. We're just there to finish. It's the window finishing program. After your windows have all been installed, we come around and we just do little detail work, like wipe a little spot off of the corner and stuff. That's our work as total window finishing people. I mean, the P stands for program, but the people who work for the total window finishing program are people, obviously. So your windows aren't really installed until total window finishing program has come and checked. We'll give you a certificate of completion when we determine your windows are really finished. Well, because I don't think debate's a game. I think it's a way of attaining the truth. I like it fine as a game when it's genuinely and legitimately a game, namely competition debate, where there's a judge, and then it's fine if I want to have my kids make some specious arguments that are going to be effective because of the timing factors in the debate round. That's fine. It's a game then. But politics is not a game. Our democracy is not a game. And debate is the means by which we understand things correctly or incorrectly. Or just, dialectic is. Debate is the rhetorical adversarial form of dialectic. TS for preventing stagnant drinking water. Yeah, it's a cat fountain. Cats don't like to drink standing water, as probably for the reason Jeremiah Fix articulated. The thing is, I would not mind debating somebody on the internet. That's fine. But it needs structure, right? So if this person, whoever, has a particular articulated position that I'm willing to negate, I'd be happy to negate it. If I have a specific articulated position that he wants to negate, I'd be happy to debate him and affirm it. But the problem is, those things need to be determined ahead of time. And most people who play at debate on the internet don't want to be constrained like that, right? They don't want to have a period of time ahead of time where you discuss exactly what the resolution is going to be, exactly what statement they're affirming or I'm affirming, and have some sort of structure where each party has speeches and each party has an opportunity to ask questions and control a cross-examination. It doesn't have to be any specific exact structure, but it needs to be some structure. Otherwise, I don't want to play circle jerk with some idiot, If they don't want to have a structured debate, they don't want to resolve a question. They want to make quip content or something. But our civil society, our democracy, our citizen democracy is too important for that. We should not be leaving political discussions in the hands of people who are just trying to create clash over wedge concepts. It's offensive to our founding fathers. And Susan B. Anthony. Don't think there weren't any women involved in good things in America. I don't know if Susan B. Anthony was actually one of them. I don't know if I agree, obviously, with women's suffrage, but I think she may have had some other things in which she dipped her political toes that she may have been wrong about. That's just everybody in history, you know. There's not been anybody before me who's been correct about everything. Open discussion is not useful because what that means is you just have no topicality, right? Topicality is a necessary constraint for productive debate, which is to say, you need a clearly stated resolution that one person is affirming as true or plan that one person is affirming ought to be executed. Without that, you're just being part of the problem. You're saying we don't really need to nail things down because what we're really arguing is whether the left or the right is in general correct. Well, neither of them is ever in general correct. Nothing is ever in general correct politically. You have to look at everything independently on its own merits. So I will not be party to some groupists attempt to reductively treat language as a way to produce clash between idiots rather than a way to resolve questions. The problem is these people in general are all coming into this matter with the insane notion that we don't ever resolve things through discussion, that it's an endless sequence of just, language interactions about a subject that never resolves it. I have actual answers to all these questions. They want them to be open questions that are endlessly discussed. That's a waste of time. And doing a disservice to us all. When there is a clear answer, we all need to accept that that is the case. When there is not, we all need to accept that that is the case. Instead of pretending otherwise or treating language as our bitch. We all need to be language's bitch. I mean, like this guy, I'd be happy to debate him about evolution. I bet you he believes in evolution. Believes in evolution. You can't believe in it if you articulate that you think evolution is responsible for speciation. Then you might as well just be saying, I think blah is responsible for speciation. Because unless you can articulate what evolution is, which no evolutionist can, then you don't believe in anything. So does he want to debate me on evolution? Sure, I'll debate him on that. That we can have a clear articulated position at first. His position is he affirms that evolution explains speciation, or I affirm that evolution does not explain speciation. I wouldn't be negating in that case because evolution is the status quo. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll debate evolution. I'll debate evolution with anybody because this is an easy debate to win. They can't answer any of my questions or anything. The thing is, they're used to debating idiots who are providing an alternative explanation, namely creationism. I don't have an alt, right? We don't need an alt. The question is not, is there a better explanation than evolution to explain speciation? The question is, does evolution actually explain speciation? And the answer is no. But if he's fully informed about me, and make sure you do fully inform him, he's not going to want to debate me because he wants to debate idiots. He likes shooting fish in barrels. I'm going to tear him to shreds. And not because I'm the best debater, because I'm completely right and have all the knowledge about this. Other people who debate in favor of evolution don't know anything about it. My current position on speciation is that we do not have an explanation for it. Evolution does not provide an explanation. In other words, the mechanisms that Darwin posited explain speciation have already been discarded by all evolutionary scientists. No evolutionary scientists anymore believe that sexual selection is responsible for speciation. Everything we know about genetics tells us the opposite of what evolution claims. Instead of evolutionary forces causing speciation, it sustains the health of the genomic mean for any species, which is to say things that deviate from it die or are eliminated. There are no positive mutations, which is why in the early 70s, a Japanese scientist proposed the theory called the nearly neutral theory of evolution, which says evolution is caused by nearly neutral mutations that are just only slightly bad, and that's how speciation occurred. Of course, that makes no sense, and has been disproved and mathematically is impossible. Genetic drift was proposed, but that can only even conceivably cause any genomic change in populations under 100, and mathematically it's impossible for it to have any impact in populations over that. People have suggested that perhaps epigenetic change is responsible for evolution, but epigenetic change is essentially the applied nearly neutral theory. Epigenetic change does occur not through reproductive genetics, right? Like, in other words, your own genes change during the course of your life, and then those changes show up in your children. It's like the nearly neutral theory, but after birth. So anyway, the thing is, that just explains why genomes get sicker over time. So the human genome is not as healthy as it was when we had a much smaller population of people. Introduce things like sickle cell anemia into the genome. And you can imagine over trillions of years, eventually a genome becoming so sickly that the species is no longer genomically fit. Well, within a species, there's adaptability. So you can have situations change in the world that provide different pressures on a species, and they may manifest more in this area of the range they can manifest in, or more in this area of the range they can manifest in, right? But they can never go outside of this species adaptability range. It's the equivalent of the fact that I can get stronger by working my muscles, and I can lift heavier things, but I can never get wings by flapping my arms, no matter how much I flap them. A species has adaptability within individuals, like I just described. It has an equivalent adaptability within the species, but it never can change beyond the genomic range within that species, and change within that range doesn't change that range. If evolution were correct, then species with shorter turnaround times would evolve more quickly. We absolutely don't see that. So, in other words, fruit flies, we can breed tons of generations of them. We can push the adaptability within fruit flies as much as possible, and we still never get away from being a fruit fly. We see in dogs that human beings have applied genetic pressures upon dogs just to breed breeds, and applied more pressure towards speciation than nature ever could possibly conceive of, because human beings are willful in their applying that genetic pressure. And yet dogs can still breed not just with all other dog breeds, but with wolves and coyotes as well, and produce viable offspring, because all those things are really dogs or wolves or whatever. So the point is, every piece of evidence we have contradicts evolution. Tells us, in fact, species are, you cannot, species do what species do. They always give birth to other individuals of their species. Maybe a taller or a shorter one, but there's absolutely no mechanism established by which that process produces a new species. The, the proposed ideas, things like genetic bottlenecks, founder's effect, and other concentric circles to force the universe into the church's dogmatic perception of perfect circles, right? As per um, Galileo, uh, is just further evidence of its bullshit. It sustains under none of the criteria that we normally apply to any theory, right? If you look at Einstein's theory of relativity, he proposed tests for it that he couldn't actually make at the time. As technology advanced and they were able to do those tests, his predictions were affirmed. Those tests validated the theory, right? Consistently. So we still afford it legitimacy because it's made predictions, and instead of falsifying when we tested those predictions, it validated. Evolution is just a haphazard crap pile of random notions, each of which falsifies, and yet they continue, even as they change where the definition of evolution is over since Darwin, it's continually changed. They still call it evolution and claim that they understand where species came from, even though they keep having to change the theory. I've had a conversation with an evolutionary biologist, and at the end of the conversation, he was so flustered and so bewildered by his inability to answer any of my questions. He said, "You just don't get it. There's a rhythm to things. That's evolution. There's a rhythm to things." So yeah, I can negate evolution no problem. I can affirm the truth, which is we don't have an explanation for where species came from. No problem. I will win that every time. Nobody had any answers to any of my questions because evolution it's not even anything. It doesn't have an explanation. It has no mechanism that explains anything. Who are you talking about, Lemons? If you watch him during his debates, he shows very low FE. He has animals running around in the background and making noises. He's very disagreeable socially. I don't know who exactly you're speaking about. Are you talking about Iran? Or is that Aaron? Iran Raw? Aaron Raw? What a dumb name. It's like Iran Raw? Wait, why are you... That does show like a FENI for sure. That's not a good name. Aron Ra. Aron Ra? That's hard to say. Is that unless that's his actual name? That's a terrible name for a YouTube channel. I mean, even if it is his actual name, it's a terrible name. Period. It's hard to say. Aaron Ron Ra. Oh, Aaron Ra. Why is he Raw though? Why did he change his name to Raw? It's stupid. Aaron Raw? Aaron Raw? That's a bad name. Abraham has got no game, too black and white binary boring. Aran, different from Aaron. All the species were brought on the back of a gigantic, really slow turtle. Oh. Well, how long did they have to wait to get to the top? Did the fruit flies make it? It must have. It was really slow. I'm surprised the fruit flies made it because they don't live very long. Which should I smoke? I'm gonna smoke this old weed. I don't know where it's from, what it is, or anything, but I'm gonna try it. See if it's good. Open, motherfucker. What's going on with you? Good. Okay. It is turtles all the way down. I think actually maybe dinosaurs are responsible for all the other species. So dinosaurs came here from the moon. As the moon was starting to get all cold and dry and stuff, they said, we're going down there to that other place. And when they got here, they're like, we need things to eat. We left all the moon dogs that we used to eat back on the moon. So there was one very clever dinosaur scientist, and he figured out how to mix pudding with some pine needles and stuff and create all the different species. Although, like, actually, technically, the first species they created were Sasquatches, and then they delegated any further species creation to Sasquatches. Sasquatches created the Loch Ness Monster. They delegated species creation to the Loch Ness Monster. And then the Loch Ness Monster created Yetis, delegated again. Eventually, finally, owls were the ones to create most of the species. That's why they say who. Who should we create next? I think it was God. First he created a garden, and he made all the delicious fruits. And then he made one dude named Adam. And it's like, you know what this dude needs? A chick to fuck. I don't know how to make chicks though, so I'll just take a rib out of Adam and I'll just grow a chick around that. And Adam's like, ew, incest! You're my rib baby. But eventually he got so horny that he fucked her anyway. And then they had kids. And they had one kid named Cain, and he fucked this other kid named Abel. And Abel got pregnant. And that's where all the people come from. Eventually, they got kicked out of the garden. Why? Because they ate a bad apple. They should have ate the apple. I said, get out of here, y'all. You're eating my apple. And they had to go to the land of Nod. Once they were in the land of Nod, for some reason there was lots of people there already. So that was good. You have low grade pot there? I'm sorry to hear that. If you lived in California, you could just drive over here. I'd give you a fat ounce or two of some decent stuff, you know. Fortunately, you live on a subcontinent. You know, I'm a continentist. I favor people who live on real continents. You know, like Europe. Europe is so not a continent. How did Europe get to be a continent, right? That is not a continent. It's Asia. It's part of Asia. And I don't think Australia should get to be a continent either. It's just a big island. Be prepared. You are loved. We forgive you. Like that. Ah, Jesus, is that you? No, my name is Jesus. Wow, are you deaf? No, I am a fake death person. Don't discriminate against me. Classic Jack. Mmm. Smells good. I wouldn't say exactly tastes like Jack, though. This is not really classic Jack. This is a hybrid of Northern Lights with a couple of other things that purports to be the genetics of Jack Herrera, but I've had plenty of Jack Herrera in my day, and this is not quite Jack. It's good. It's good though. I like it. There are some weeds I remember very fondly. And that Pomeranian right there tasted like classic Jack. That tasted like Jack Herrera. But one of the weeds I remember most fondly of all, this weed store I used to go to, it was like, what is it, La Crescenta, I guess? It's like, past La Cañada on the 210, past the 2, you start getting to like driving towards Valencia, but before you get into the hills, you go right onto, I guess it's La Crescenta, maybe. It's a little La Tuna Canyon Drive up around there. They had a weed called Super Jack, and it was the jackiest Jack ever. It was so good. It tasted just like Jack times 10. And they didn't always have it, but and I always got it. And I always loved it. Anyway, eventually I stopped going to that store. I don't remember why. I think there was one a lot closer to my house that I found. That one was a bit of a drive. If we want to go to a weed store now, we have to drive for about an hour, a little less than an hour, to the Indian weed store. It's called Tribal Flower Company. Tribal Flower Company, I think. Hey, DDX 098, are you Elon Musk's kid? The Deion Sanders eye-opening quote is, our confidence offends their insecurity. That's what he said about his team. But I realized, that's why, that explains Jeff Shaw. It NIs it as well as could possibly be NI. My confidence offends Jeff Shaw's insecurity. And, I'm not FE Tool, so I don't do a lot of deflecting, false modesty, whatever, I assert what I know to be the case. Whatever that is, whether if it's I don't know, or if it's I do know. What do you know? I know lots of things. I know that Columbus discovered America in 1492. Prior to which, no real human beings lived here. Just stop with this. Look at my line of stuff. Wow. I got everything I need. I even got this poker and this poker. I've got 2 flashlights in case one of them runs out of batteries. And I've got a pencil in case I need to write down something. Plus, I have an ashtray. I like this ashtray. Oh, what lipstick? I'm thinking lipstick. Where's the lipstick? Is that a lipstick over there? It is missing its cap. Oh, that's a pencil. This is an ashtray. This was a box that like fancy pens came in, but I took out the lining to make it into an ashtray. I don't want any incense, wine, and candles. Then I'd feel too much like Rick James. Oh, this is not. This is one of these little flashlights. This could be thrown away now. It doesn't have anything in it. So, you know what I think I'll do? I think I'll make this a double ashtray for the moment. Then, when I'm done smoking cigarettes in here, I'll just throw this away and I'll be back to having a regular ashtray. So, let's move this though here so it doesn't block our view of my nice line of objects. Yeah, there. That's good. Anybody would like that. Even, like ISTJ would say, hey, you got those objects lined up pretty good. Yeah. ESFJ would probably tell me to clean the table, but even they would agree, your line of objects looks nice, Eric. But it seems to be missing something, they might say. I know what you're thinking. It is missing something. There they are, right there. I'm going to put them on top of that lighter. I think they look better right there. Let's see. Yeah, they look better there. Now that's a real line of objects you can get behind. This is your shelf at the A's game. I wish I could make that a shelf at the A's game. The next game that Rachel and I are going to go to, though, is going to be a Fresno State game for sure. Because we are very fortunate. There's so many slabular things happening with this move of ours to Mariposa. You know that on ESPN this morning, they said Fresno State, the team that's closest to us, it would take us an hour and a half to go see to drive to get to their game. Yeah, the Fresno State Bulldogs. It's actually Cal State Fresno, but they call it Fresno State. And I've long been kind of a casual fan of Fresno State because they're always a good non-Power 5 team. And USC has played some great games against them, including a really famous, very close game that SC barely won, in which Reggie Bush made one of the more famous plays of USC history. So I've always liked Fresno State. They're a gritty team, and they're not in the Power 5 conferences, so they play in the Mountain West. I like the Mountain West. It's got BYU. It used to have BYU. BYU moved to a different conference. It's got Air Force, Hawaii, Fresno State, Nevada, a bunch of teams like that. Anyway, we move up here, and our closest team to us is Fresno State. It's just an hour and a half to Fresno, and it's a pretty easy drive. Not super trafficy or anything. Half of it's just getting out of the mountains. Tickets to the games for Fresno State are pretty cheap compared to a lot of teams, and then this year they're undefeated, and ESPN called them the best non-Power 5 conference team in the country. So what lucky people we are to have our new local college football team be doing so well. I just need to really get into watching the games. The problem with the Fresno State game yesterday is that it was on at the same time as the USC game, and I will die with USC as my number one football team for sure. That can never be taken out of me because it was drilled into me so much when I was a child. We went to so many USC games. I've been to the Coliseum, God knows how many times to watch football games. So, I don't think I would naturally have become a sports fan, but my parents, my mom was obsessed with the Dodgers. She loved the Dodgers so much, and she loved Vin Scully so much. She listened to every Dodger game during the summer. She'd be gardening or whatever. She'd have the Dodgers on the radio. And my dad would listen to the Laker games, Chick Hearn on the radio, or we'd watch them on TV. But number one was USC football. It was always number one. The number one sport that we watched. My dad had season tickets to the Coliseum. My dad's office before I moved in there was this shrine to USC memorabilia. He bought a bunch of various USC things and he filled his office with USC memorabilia. So, you know, it's like if I had things to do all over again, um, I would do a better job of dealing with all of the objects that my dad left in the house. But I don't regret outsourcing all of that to, what do they call it? Again, loving transitions or some shit like that. Because we needed to get that house sold in order to get this house. And while I have a little bit of regret regarding my sort of casual dealing with all of my parents' objects that they accumulated all their life, It's like a lifetime. It's like my parents' lives were summed up in that house full of objects. And I have some regret about not being more caring in my dealing with all of those objects. But at the end of the day, I was not emotionally, spiritually, or in any other way in a place where I was going to do a great job of dealing with all that shit. So, in the end equation, I probably had to deal with those objects poorly in order for this outcome to be realized. And in that regard, if I view it as a binary, I have no regrets whatsoever. If I view it as, well, if I could go back and change a few things, obviously you're always going to have some regrets, right? Anyway, this house came with its own set of other people's objects that I kind of like a lot of them, So that I have that. I still have a bunch of other people's objects that I don't quite know what to do with. All right, thanks, Mrs. Mom. I will. And Mrs. Mom, you know what? Pat yourself on the back for telling me to pat myself on the back. You deserve it. You deserve a good back pat. I'm going to transubstantiate this back pat to you. You have to use fire to transubstantiate things. That's why you see Catholic priests, before they give you the communion wafer, they give it a bit of a hit with the map gas torch to make sure it becomes the literal body of Christ. Oh my God, Christ tastes like crackers. Mmm, delicious. It's also cannibalism, though. If a woman or a man swallows man seed, is that cannibalism? I think it is. That's why I always just come on my or Rachel's stomach. Oh, um, Well, it's like all I have is visions of how to break down the topic, right? And so for website, I'm not sure if it'd be pages or what, but uh, it's like you need to have a meta frame section, which just discusses why we need to frame things, what framing looks like, what a failure to frame looks like, and in that section at all, also you'd have why is how does what I'm claiming, or how do Jungian cognitive functions properly explained? How do Jungian cognitive functions fit in as a paradigm with other existing paradigms? In other words, you have to have a section explaining why it's the metaframe and what comprises the metaframe, etc. Maybe even in that in the general metaframing section, you might even have um, just a general dispensation on the status quo. I'm not exactly sure everything that would go in the metaframe, but two of the things would go in there would be a discussion of metaframes in general, and the other thing I said, which I forget. In the framing section, then you need to just frame it out, right? You go like, the framing section would include a lot of stuff that's in the 8 pillars of defensible typology video. Really, what I'm describing to you is how to section out a book, but you could make it a web page or website, I guess. So yeah, the framing section would be about basically perspectives and observers, defining terms, etc. Stating the top level claim, articulating the criteria you believe ought to be met to substantiate that claim, articulating why those are the right criteria, articulating your definitions, articulating why those are the right definitions. And then in the case level stuff, this is a tricky exposition, right? And that's why I probably haven't written the book yet, is because I'm not exactly sure how to structure that case. I guess you structure it first with kinds of attention, knowing, interface about. Then you got to do values. Then you got to do, slots and values, right? Then articulate mechanics like how and why a knowledge function always pairs with an interface function, what that implies mechanically regarding your relationship with your conscious relationship, your relationship with the 2 other conscious functions, how that implies your relationship with the unconscious functions. And I guess what those configural expressions look like, basically a mechanical type description. You could also have sections. Then you have sections on you need to do all of these things, but they don't fit neatly together as a case. It's annoying. I need to do empiric section basically, where I'm referencing a bunch of typing session data and talking about the predictions that the model makes in conjunction with that typing session data. I want there to be a section on notions, stupid notions we should dismiss. Like jumpers, subtypes are not necessarily wrong, but don't take us anywhere. Like I said about subtypes before, it's not clear to me whether subtypes are like an egg or like the alternative. It could be that particularist situations cause a given type to be like an egg. If they're cooked like this, they're soft boiled. If they're cooked like that, they're hard boiled. If they're cooked like that, they're scrambled, right? And there's a finite numbers of ways to cook eggs. Over something, scrambled, soft boiled, hard boiled. Types could be like that, where your particular circumstances of nurture result in one of four kinds of eggs. It's possible. But it could be that instead of like eggs, types are like characters in an MMORPG. No, MMORPG. In which two people start as clerics, but their characters end up with as very different, and there's no subtypes of clerics, right? Like two people play cleric, one of them ends up with using a flail and specializing in killing undead, and it has a bunch of their own particularistic expressions of that cleric as they go through and get different items and different skills and whatever. So there are no subtypes of clerics because instead of like eggs, it's like a branching tree kind of a decision-making thing. So it doesn't work like eggs. I'm not sure whether types are like eggs or like clerics. And so I can't say subtypes are completely bullshit, but even if they're not, it's probably less informative to us than different kinds of eggs are informative to us about eggs. Which is why I don't bother going into subtypes. To the extent that you're using subtypes to justify conclusions like, I know you look a lot like a meow, but it's because you're this subtype of meow. That kind of special pleading is all specious. First, complete bullshit. Nobody should believe in jumpers at all. Masculine and feminine cognitive functions, complete bullshit. There's no such thing. Now, it is the case that when we talk about functions, it's useful to conceive of them as having two aspects. What I mean by aspects is like SI is naturally a physical and subjective function. In its most native expression, you're knowing from how your body feels things related to your biologics. Like, I need to eat, I need to pee, I'm sleepy, I feel good, like I feel energetic, let me get some work done or whatever. Like those kind of SI knowings that are always only specific to you, never universalized at all, and are physical. That's the natural aspect of SI. But SI has another aspect, which is linked to language, remembering what people said, remembering facts you learned in school, etc., all that kind of shit is an equally important but non-native aspect of SI. Aspects are not terribly critical in explaining and understanding cognitive functions until you get down to the detail stuff. So somebody might say to me, if in fact, Eric, the even numbered functions are instrumental and the odd number functions are absolute values, then why is it we frequently hear you talk about how you experience certain kinds of SI as an absolute value? Or I'm watching you eat right now and you are loving the fuck out of that food and you're just like, oh yes, this is great. It is clearly an absolute value for you, Eric. Why are you, doesn't that falsify what you're saying about functions? I'd say, well, it would, but aspects actually explain value slot mechanics in a little bit more complicated way than my simplified explanation. So, in fact, it is the case that the fourth slot function, the the inconsistent aspect of the fourth, the one that's inconsistent with the first, is an absolute value. The one that's consistent with the first is an instrumental value. And for the fifth slot function, it's reversed. So the one that's consistent with your dominant function is an absolute value, and the one the aspect that's consistent with your first is absolute, and the one that's inconsistent is instrumental. So thus it is, I have absolute value SI physical and instrumental SI metaphysical, and I have absolute NI metaphysical and instrumental NI physical. Since metaphysical is a natural aspect of NI, that's why I skew the way I do with my absolute values so heavily towards universalist stuff. That's one explanation for it, right? That's the answer to the question, why is it that the fourth slot's not entirely instrumental? Or doesn't that falsify what you're saying? Well, it would if you don't want to hear it, but since I actually have an explanation for it, I'm shorthanding it when I say odds are absolute, evens are instrumental. Because there is a more nuanced mechanics to it related to the aspects that I haven't fully figured out. And, maybe I never will fully figure it out. It's complicated. Requires maybe more TI than I have at my disposal. More TI, SI. TI and SI for me work together so much. It's like, if I can't keep it in my head and figure it out, well, then some of the time I'll try to work it out with paper or virtual paper. But generally, I just say, let's leave this to the INTPs. If I can't figure it out in my head, if I can keep all the details in my head and figure it out, then do I really want to work it out on paper? But lemons, understand me, I want to make something clear. If you're looking to me for a vision of how to organize a website, then you're probably looking to the wrong person. Because I'm still trying to find clarity on even how to organize the case level of a book, given the fact that I have certain areas that I clearly need yet to be explored, that maybe, if explored, would provide critical information that would alter some of what I'm saying over here. Makes me a little hesitant to jump into explaining the part that can be explained. I want to put a lot of caveats about this area over here. It's like, I'm a very careful case builder. I don't like to make cases unless they're water fucking tight, that just air and water tight. That every conceivable rebuttal has been anticipated. The answer to that rebuttal I already have at my disposal, etc. When I'm dealing with cognitive functions, I don't have the kind of level of case finality that I do with, say, evolution or something. The reason is because I'm having to do too much of the work myself, right? Like, evolution's easy. There's plenty of stuff in scholarly journals about it. You can Google the fuck out of it, and you'll get lots of information that you can use to determine what's correct. It's not the case with cognitive functions. It just makes it rather unique as an explanation. There's not any comparable thing where it's a huge question that needs an explanation for which there is no explanation that's commonly accepted, and yet there is an explanation that's yet to be commonly accepted that's being articulated. I can't think of anything else except cognitive functions for that. Who is even qualified to peer review it? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if the claim I'm making, the general claims I'm making are all correct, and the case I'm making is a strong one, but it's not like methodologically sound or anything. I'm using a lot of intuition here about empirics that I'm gathering in the very opposite of a double-blind way, right? No science journal would validate anything I'm saying at all, with good cause, right? Because I'm not a scientist doing science. And I don't have the kind of narrowly constrained thing that I'm explaining that would allow me to produce something like a theory of relativity, right? Jung was trying to explain personality, and he made some mistakes. And as a consequence, people ran with his mistakes in all different directions, and nobody could validate what he was saying. Nobody correct could validate what he was saying because he made too many mistakes. It took a dumb intuitive like me to go, okay, yeah, he made too many mistakes, but there's something here, and then spend many, many years sifting through the various garbage piles of information on the internet, negating everything that was wrong, making mistakes myself, attempting to figure it out, trashing those, starting over, etc. It took all of that, and finally I go, okay, I've got enough here to defend these things here, But because I don't have enough to win the case in the face of me, imagining me on the other side as a negation, and remembering that I don't need to provide a preferable alt, I just need to say that the preferable alt is that we should continue to affirm that there's no good explanation for personality because the AF has failed to adequately make its case. If I were up against me, I was on the neg, negating what I'm saying, I would win that argument. In other words, I'm not saying, as a negation, I would say, I'm not saying he's necessarily wrong. I'm just saying, as always, we should default to the negation until the case is adequately and fully made. This case has not been adequately and fully made by this man. I would win that case if I were the AF, the neg, and the judge. SI and SC seem the same to me. You can differentiate between them like this. Well, I can verify internal consistency, sure, but we're still relying too much on our intuition to affirm. If we were to successfully win this case and it became the dominant paradigm, it would abolish many things, many branches of psychology in full just by virtue of rendering them incorrect. I learned later that she complained to my boss about my rudeness. Was that rude? I am new to work environment, but I don't see how I am wrong. I told her, just tell me what you want. List in 1 or 2 points. I'm more than happy to help. She paused and left. Was that rude? It, she wanted to interface with you on FE stuff. You wanted to interface with her on TE in a TE way. You wanted her to inform you about what you had to do so you would know it and then you could figure out how to do it, right, with your TE. She wanted to engage with you in conversation that was going to make her feel comfortable about your competency to do these things and your desirability as an employee. By not affording her the opportunity to engage in a conversation that would seem pointless to you, you denied her the chance to use what's either probably her dominant or tool function to get things done. When people deny a person the opportunity to use their tool function, especially, they get angry. So like if somebody refuses to let me use TI to parse something and come to a conclusion, I get angry. If they refuse to use any TI that will allow me to productively have a communication with them about something that requires TI, it makes me mad. Like one of the things that makes me mad is when somebody comes in here, usually to attack me. They make some bullshit claim. I correct them. I say, this is actually the case. And here's why, and blah, 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 blah. But instead of continuing to discuss that, or for themselves to say, okay, I guess I was wrong about that or something, then they just shift ground and make a different attack. Hold on, we're not done parsing that thing back there, that bullshit you said. To finish parsing it, you need to acknowledge that it's defeated, scratch it off the flow, etc. And maybe remember that if you're just making a bunch of random attacks, then you're not being topical to anything specific. Dario Nardi, do you know what Dario Nardi's resume has on it? He got training in shamanic studies. That dummy is dumb. It is dumb as a dumb from Dummy Town. I don't like him at all. Shamanic studies. Oh, you're a shaman now, huh? That'll add a lot of credibility to typology. The shaman says it's real. Freaking shamanic studies. I wonder if Darren Nardi will do a rain dance for us, maybe. And I don't want to be a shaman. I want to shame shamans. I'm a shaman shamer. I'm American. Goes to like Sweden to study shamanic studies. Swedish people and Americans being shamans. They should be ashamed of romanticizing savagery and stupidity. You know, Yeah, savages danced around the fire and gave up the ghost or whatever. That doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. Obviously, it's not. That's why they were living in the dirt and following animals around. And do you want to be dirty all the time? Have no plumbing? No real doctors? Oh, I've got a pain in my back. Oh, go see the shaman. He's got a magical shaky thing he's going to cure you with. Yeah. If you want to see a good shaman, you see me yesterday bringing my shamanic powers into play. It worries me that I might be mistyped because when I accept the type I think I am, it makes all my relationships make sense. Why does that worry you? Oh, I see. Well, if you accept the type you are and it makes everything make sense, then why do you think you're mistyped? When things make sense, then that are more likely to be true. Well, the point is, if I'm doing mushrooms, for example, in search of spiritual shamanic truths, I'm doing drugs wrong. That's not how you do drugs. You do drugs to party, not to learn things, not to have spirit voyages or whatever. It's like listen to Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat. That guy understands how to do drugs. Man, I don't remember anything. Just a vague sense of happiness. He didn't have a spirit journey. He was just dancing. He was making this thing out of cocaine, and I swear to God, it said, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. I got 16 hours till dawn. Good God, it never takes this long. That's part of that Corey song. I want to hear that song, man. It's such a good song that I have no recording of it, and I can only just kind of remember it. I don't remember the words, but it's great. I've been trying to contact Corey. He finally replied. He said, I've been busy, Sarah. I'll get back to you. I'm going to keep bugging him. I want to talk to him. I miss him. He's such a talent. It was crazy and beautiful and correct to hear Rachel say unsolicited by me or anything I was talking about after seeing the Johnny show. I don't remember how Corey came up, but she said, Corey didn't even come up. She was just talking about talent, and she said, I can't think of anybody as talented as Johnny, except Corey. I was like, wow, this woman is right. She sees the truth of something that's impossible, which is that my friend Corey is like a generation level musical talent. Of course, nobody's going to believe or agree with her because he doesn't have correctly produced tracks to point to and say, here, listen to this, and have people be blown away. But his composition is just unbelievable. I mean, he's got some unbelievable fucking compositions. It's just amazing. They just need to be executed well, recorded well. I want to make that happen somehow, but obviously, I can't enslave Corey and force him. That'd probably be a good approach. I know what the solution is. Human trafficking. I need to hire some human traffickers to bring him to me and chain him up with some music stuff upstairs. You don't get to eat until you record something brilliant. Another thing I would put in this things to round file. The idea that the mind has sides. Well, I mean, they don't make social mistakes. None of them make social mistakes. None of the three people make social mistakes. Now, Corey does a little bit now because he's been subjected to abuse in his horrible relationship for such a long time. But even so, incredibly less than you'd imagine would be the case given the circumstances. Rachel had in the past made social mistakes when she was spinning out of control because she had bipolar mania. And again, special circumstances. Johnny doesn't make any social mistakes that are public that I can see. And having seen him on stage and watching him work that audience and be so aware of the audience, like I could tell, he could tell this was a young audience. I don't know if it was consistent with how his normal audience or not, but if it wasn't consistent, he was doing it on the fly. He was adjusting to the young audience, or if it was consistent, he had already spent a lot of time thinking about this, like how to make this, how to read the room, make it play, and also be very concerned and aware about like feeling responsible for how others take things and what they take away from this. Like he was super attentive to making sure to have people applaud for his band members, the drummer and the bassist, and gave them a lot of love, And his parents were in the audience, or his dad and his stepmom. It's really funny because he said in the show, "My dad and my stepmom are here." Rachel remembered that he had said that his stepdad was there. I remembered just that he said his dad was there. Neither of us remembered him saying stepmom. And I put up this video, and only after watching it again, and Rachel and I have both seen it, I still haven't clarified with her that, in fact, what he actually says, because we still haven't gotten it right in conversation with it. What he actually said was, "My dad and my stepmom." It's clear as day in the video. But anyway, he did that. He then asked like the audience, "Is there anybody here who this is their very first show?" And he was just being both very likable and bringing the energy up and managing things. Like before they finished playing, he informed the audience that he's not going to do encores. He hates encores, and this is why he thinks encores are bad. You guys paid money to come here to see a show, and then I'm going to stop playing and go off stage and make you chant my name before I come back out here and play another song. That's bullshit. I am not going to do that to you. I don't like encores. They're bullshit. I think you'll agree with me. But before he even started that, he said, "I'm going to say something now that might come off initially as abrasive, but I want you to hear me out. I think at the end you're going to say, I can see where this guy's coming from." And then he gave this little spiel about encores. Oh, that's just like super effy aware. Just incredible, right? And he had one bit in the show where he pitched his merch. He said, "Okay, I'm going to give you a quick merch pitch, and this is the only time I'm going to mention it during the show." And then he went fast and he said all the things he had to say. He said, and I think I kept it under 60 seconds. My goal is to keep the merch pitch under 60 seconds every time. That's hyper FE aware, Just The audience left that show feeling like they got everything they wanted from the show. They got a lot of Johnny, you know. Uh, if I had in advance articulated what I wanted the show to be, I probably would have articulated that I probably wouldn't have articulated I wanted as much talking from him as he gave. But even then, he provided FE cover for that. So he talked some initially. He said, and then after the first couple of songs and so a lot of talking, he said, "Okay, well that's enough. By this point, anybody who got here late because their Uber was late or whatever should be here." So I always like to do a little more talking at the beginning to give later arrivals a chance to get here. So he's like that kind of FE, like ultra careful, perfect management of all possible perceptive angles. That's INFJ. And I just gotta say, his drummer is so good. His bass is excellent too. Don't get me wrong, but the drummer really has a certain wow factor. His management of dynamics is excellent. Oh my goodness. What a great drummer. And I thought that before just listening to the recordings, right? But I wasn't sure if it was because the drummer was really that great or it was accomplished somehow in production, you know. The drummer is really that great. Just like I wasn't sure listening to the tracks if Johnny, like how Johnny managed all the vocals that I would, if I were going to successfully sing along with the Johnny song, I'd have to plan out my breathing because there are certain spots where you take a big deep breath. I could do it because I've also got excellent breath control and huge lungs. But I'd have to plan it out because that's how extended the vocal phrasings are. Well, there's no studio magic in that at all. He has incredible breath control and incredibly can sustain a note for an incredibly long time, which he showed off at one point. Like late in the show, he was playing this like you sing this, I sing this thing and then he went ah. He sustained it for fucking ever. It was impressive, and they had the audience do it, and the audience sustained it for quite a long time. In fact, I have a video. I'll probably upload it as short. I'll call it Tibetan throat singing at the Johnny show or something like that. Because it sounded like that when the audience was all doing it, because they were all on slightly different pitches, and you know. Anywho, the show he puts on is one that every single person left that show more enthusiastic about him than before, even. I can imagine going to see a band. I've seen it plenty. That just happened plenty of times where you leave the show being like, "Fuck that band," right? Like Rachel went and saw Boston one time, probably with her dad, and they only played songs off their new album. They didn't play any of their hits. Like, how fucking ridiculous is that? She went and saw Duran Duran and they didn't play Rio. Johnny played, it's a tour for the album. It's always true, never fair. So he featured mostly songs from the album, but he did play a few other ones that people wanted to hear. Like he played Honey Pie. Everybody, of course, wanted to hear that. I didn't care if I heard it or not because I've heard that song so many times. And while it's great, it's less of a sophisticated, mature work than the songs on the new album. The one I really wanted to hear that he didn't play was "You've Got a Man," but it would have been almost asking too much of the universe for him to have played that. If he had played that, that show would have been, from my mind, absolutely perfect. He didn't play too long. It was a master class in how to do a show. And he had signed merch, which was priced like show merch is, like $35 for a t-shirt or whatever. 25 bucks for a hat. But because the hat was signed, you feel like you got a better deal. Like you're like, oh, well, I didn't just get a hat. I got a signed hat for $25. I got a $13 keychain, but it's signed. Normally, I wouldn't spend $13 on a keychain, but I was already so enthusiastic about Johnny. We bought our merch before the show, and then we put it in the car. And after the show, the merch table was full of people lined up, but we didn't have to wait in that line. But we were gonna get actually a signed poster on the way out, but I didn't want to wait in that line. So we got enough merch, right? Really, the one piece of merch I should have gotten is a signed poster, because that you can hang up on the wall, you know. I was gonna put the hat on before I started live streaming this morning, and I went to the car to get it. And I guess I put it in the house, but I don't remember where I put it. So I gotta find it. I don't have any shirt on underneath this. Right? If I could find it, I could just put on my Johnny t-shirt. And I wouldn't want to put on the hat and the t-shirt at the same time. That's too much, Johnny. Then you're just being too much of a fanboy, fashion-wise, you know. My partner just walked in and said, "Is that saintly voice of Saint Eric on a Sunday morning?" Actually, today my title is Archpastor, not Saint. Saint Johnny. I'm not Saint Eric. I'm Archpastor Eric, Archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, and Archpastor of the Yaylorian Church, and also holder of the fiery map gas flames of Yaylor's truth. As you see today, because it is Sunday, I have a wonderful line of objects. These are all the objects. This object is an Arnold Palmer. This object is a little bit of coffee at the bottom of the cup. Which object shall we use next? Let's use this object. Inside of this object are more objects. I'm going to take one of them out. Now, I have an object in my hand. Normally, that's a problem. But not if it's this kind of object. I know exactly what to do with this kind of object. I'll use this object here in conjunction with this object to change the state of this object from inactive to active. There's some extroverted sensing for you. I thought somebody had written earlier, SI and SC seem the same to me. Here's a way to distinguish them that's pretty clear. If you imagine yourself, two people, you and another person, lifting rocks. And the rocks are all about this big. You lift one of them, carry it over there, put there. Lift another, carry it over there, put there. Lift another, carry it over there. Then you encounter a big rock. But you're like, oh, I just got started. I feel good. I can take this rock. So you pick it up. It's a big rock. And your arms are straining and you carry it and you put it over there. And the next rocks, they're all the same size as these little rocks again. You pick them from over there. Now, you do a few more of those, number more of those. You come to another big rock. And now you go, oh, my arms are getting really tired. I don't think I can lift this one by myself right now. Joe, can we lift this one together? So SI is the thing that's telling you, having lifted all these rocks, I don't want to tackle another big rock by myself. The last big rock I strained. It's telling you how your experience was with the last big rock. It's telling you how your muscles feel right now, that's SI. SE is just lifting the rocks, carrying them over there. So SI informs SE a lot. It informs you about whether you're strong enough to do something. Um, it also is responsible for muscle memory. So it's like SI works better and is more comfortable as a native aspect. I don't ever think about my SI when it comes to the chord shapes that, like if I play a C, I don't have to think about how to make a C, how to make a G, how to make an E, or whatever. My fingers know that. In contrast, remembering how my songs go, that's metaphysical SI, and I have to remember um, the words, the chord progressions, stuff like that. It's just SI is not as good at that. So I will never find an instance where I briefly forget how to play an E, but I will find plenty of instances where I forget what chord comes next or what the words are even in my own songs. In that regard, you can see how SI and NE are two functions on the same axis because extroverted intuition is producing ideas, words, songs, whatever, and it needs SI to remember that. Can you contrast FE and FI too? Well, so the reason they're mirrored, just like the reason SI and SE is mirrored, is because they don't go together. So action goes with deliberation, but SI is a knowledge function. Knowledge goes with interface, but SE is an action function. FI goes with action because it's a deliberation function, but FE is an interface function. FE goes with knowledge because it's an interface function, but FI is a deliberation function. So it goes like this. FI says, I really want to play this new song that nobody's ever heard before in my show. In fact, I just wrote 10 songs right before the show. I want to play those 10 songs right now. FE says, these people want to hear the songs they know. FI says, I want to play the songs I want to play. FE says, these people want to hear the songs they want to hear. So this is why the best functions to make art with are NIFE. It's also why the best functions to make cases with or negate cases with are NETI or TINE. Same with NIFE or FENI. ENFJs are equally well equipped to make good art. And again, and it's also important to note that it's still only a tiny fraction of those types that actually do that, right? Only a tiny fraction of INFJs are great artists. Only a tiny fraction of ENFJs are great artists. only a tiny fraction of the world, teeny tiny fraction of great artists. Like Billy Joel was a good example of an ENFJ who killed it, made shit tons of brilliant tracks, you know, archetypal stuff that will be listened to long after his death. Another ENFJ I think is the main guy in Billy Joe and Green Day. That name Billy Joe something? He's an ENFJ, I think. And he's got some great tracks that'll be listened to long after his death as well, like 21 Guns. It's a fantastic track. Marlon Brando is an ENFJ? Maybe. I don't know enough about him to say. I've been a tree hugger all my life. The other kids used to make fun. Well, that was only misfortune when you took it a little further than hugging. You started getting into tree heavy petting, started French kissing trees. Then the other children said, let's get away from this one. She's weird. Misfortune actually had a tree in her backyard that had a lot of stumpy, smooth stub branches coming off of some of its main branches. And at the advanced age of 18, she lost her virginity to that tree. You're no expert in astrology, Minfei. You know what, Minfei? That's probably a good thing. If you're going to use magical thinking, I don't think astrology is a very good magical thinking frame to use not because it's a magical thinking frame, that's fine, but because it doesn't have any natural boundaries in it. Like tarot is a magical thinking frame, but each of the cards is expressive of some actual human experience, a universal human experience of either effectiveness, inaction, whatever, being the fool. It's like all the cards are expressive of something that is universal that human beings can relate to. But each of the cards is therefore limited in its scope. When you get a tarot card reading, and you get like the Tower card, the Three of Swords, and Death. I mean, you can try to paint it in positive light, but you're still having to paint something specific in a positive light. What astrology lets you do, which I don't like, is it lets you just go, I know I don't seem like a Taurus, but that's because my moon is ascending in my meow. And then if that doesn't work, well, it's actually because my Gemini has my house in my meow. And at that point you go, okay, if you can just affirm, no matter who you are, no matter how you act, if you can find by moving around something astrologically to explain it, then that's you're doing it backwards. That's a terrible magical thinking approach. Even magical thinking has some good heuristics to help us distinguish between like well, there's a scene in Dante's Inferno where like super greedy people go to hell, and there's this cave that has all these shining diamonds and everything, and they all spend all their time trying to get up to get them, and then when they get one, fighting over it and stuff, and none of them are aware that even if they had all the diamonds and everything, they're in hell. What are they going to use them for? They can't even sell them and spend the money or anything. That's what astrology feels like to me. It's like if you're having to dig around astrology to find justifications for why you're like how you are, then why are you even bothering with it at all? You might as well just say I am how I am because of no reason at all. Because any kind of reasonable like When Rachel found this numerology site that purported to tell you whether you're numerologically compatible with another person, she wanted to say, "Oh, let's do, or let's do us. Let's find out if we're numerologically compatible." I said, "Let's do other people that we know are either compatible or incompatible and test this fucking thing." So we did me and Kimberly, showed us as being pretty compatible. We did me and Rachel, showed us as being a little more compatible than me and Kimberly. Then me and Delilah showed us being not very compatible. Now, okay, so we can eliminate this as a good magical thinking thing, because if you wanted that to be a good magical thinking thing for you anyway, then you'd have to first begin with, I know these two people are incompatible. Let's see what the numerology looks like. And then try to find a pattern that way, not the other way around. So, anyway, Misfortune had a short marriage with that tree. He turned out to drink too much. She left him and took the kids, two saplings and a girl, and moved out close to a national forest where the saplings would have room to grow. And she sent the girl to a one-room schoolhouse. There was no school marm there, though. She was just sit there alone all day, studying biology by herself. Eventually, Misfortune's daughter grew up to be a tree scientist, and in conjunction with her sapling brother and sister, they formed the Arbor Day Foundation for the support of tree magic. She proved that redwood trees evolved from fruit flies, and in doing so, really opened a lot of science doors for us. See, what happened was there were some fruit flies who kept getting too cold. So they started growing some bark. Then they had kids who also grew bark. It was kind of a Lamarckian thing, And I said, this bark makes it too hard to fly around. So I said, why don't we start getting some of our food from the ground? So they started growing some roots. Then their kids also had roots. Before you knew it, they were a redwood tree. Redwood trees did indeed evolve from fruit flies, as is well known among INFPs. Well, I've always said INFPs have the best intuition when it comes to what evolved from what. What a lot of people don't know is that fruit flies evolved from elephants. In an odd instance, a bunch of elephants found themselves in a place where they both needed to be a lot smaller and be able to fly. So in about 3 generations, the entire population of elephants in one region had evolved into fruit flies. Yeah, well, Dante got a real special. He got real special treatment. He said he was the one who got to just visit hell and document it, come back and say, this is what hell's like. Everybody else who's in hell, they have to stay there. And then he got to go to purgatory. He said, this is what purgatory's like. But nobody read that book. Then he went to heaven. He said, and look, this is what heaven's like. It's like basically you're coming 24 hours a day. But nobody read that book either. So he said to God, why did you even have me go to purgatory in heaven? And God said, because I wanted Eric to someday be able to make this joke. And even Dante had to agree that was a good reason. I was shocked when reading Dante's Inferno to discover just how many popes are in hell. They're supposed to be infallible, but obviously they fucked up somewhere, or else they wouldn't be in hell, you know. One of them is in like a lake of ice, frozen there, just, I'm sorry, I'm forever sorry. Hitler wasn't in hell yet when Dante visited, but I imagine he and the popes, getting along pretty well. They probably started some sort of anti-Semitic club down there. Jews, of course, don't go to hell or heaven. They don't believe in those things. They just believe in plagues and getting the fuck out of Egypt. And I also believe in getting the fuck out of Egypt. I take a little from here and a little from there and a smidge from the beyond. Your approach to negative thinking in favor reminds me of Rachel's. I obviously like Rachel's approach. She's always taking little tests about, who am I? Maybe these cards will tell me who I am. You could use your feelings or your SI. No, I cannot. I don't like using my feelings. And what the fuck is SI? What are demons for you? Well, I've got a few kinds of demons. The primary demon is what I would call painful memories, generally of my own failures, social, ethical, moral, whatever. Those painful memories grab me by the nutsack, pull hard, drag me down, say, there, now your nutsack hurts. Take that, motherfucker. I'll say, I will, because I deserve it. It's justice. The other kind of demons I have are what I call objects of confusion. So let's say I'm outside the house, but it's cold. Got a jacket on. The jacket's got 4 pockets. My pants have 4 pockets. Maybe even my shirt has a pocket. I've got at least 6 objects. I've got a lighter, I've got cigarettes, I've got a phone, I've got a wallet, I've got keys. I have glasses probably. I've got probably 2 pairs of glasses if it's during the day sunshine. Now, what will happen? I will spend at least 45 minutes of that day checking different pockets for the given object that I want. And what I was thinking the other day would be a good jutsu, once I successfully combine my chakras and my chi, would be a jutsu that casts objects of confusion on your opponent. And what it does is it creates many pockets on them, and it moves their objects into random pockets. And they can't find anything. They spend the whole fight digging through various pockets. And they've already checked the back pocket twice, but somehow their lighter was in there after all. Then they get really frustrated, start stomping their feet, crossing their arms. That's when you punch them in the face. That's how you win your fight. That's how you win your anime fight, using jutsu objects of confusion. I made a pretty good song yesterday, I think. After, maybe we'll go inside and try to play it on the guitar. It's called Sign Holders. Sign holders, be safe. Wear your white hard hats, your bright green vest, and your modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast, as the wife and I confusedly pass. Because sign holders, they only have two options. Their sign can tell you to slow or it can tell you to stop. But sometimes they want something else. Maybe they want you to go medium or go fast. They try to indicate that with their hand. But I'm a believer in words. When I see the sign and it says slow, I'm going to say, hey, it's commanding me to go slow. And then there's this person holding a sign and their hand is doing something. I'm going to have to believe the word. I'm going to continue going slow. Your hand is confusing me. Can you ask an annoying question? I don't know, can you? You may. You don't need to ask me permission to ask questions. If it's an annoying question, well, there are no really annoying questions. Those are some, but it would have to be an ill-intentioned question. Otherwise, it wouldn't annoy me. I like questions. Questions are things that can be answered, unlike commands. Now you're too chicken to ask? Don't be chicken to ask. Now I'm too curious for you not to ask. I don't care how annoying it is. I would much rather be annoyed by the question than annoyed by not getting to hear the question. Are you going to ask me about my modesty pants? I don't know where I got them. Say I'm an INFP. Would this explain my inability to say no when I was young, or is that another problem? I mean, trouble saying no is more consistent with FE2, possibly FE3 when you're young, than it is with FI Dom. But FE5, absolute value, is not inconsistent with you prioritizing FE considerations. Because trouble saying no is too much FE, too little FI. If it was very important to you authentically that they be happy, it could be FE5. Not impossible. I didn't find that question annoying at all. I'm not sure why you would have thought that was an annoying question. It's true also that not everything can be reduced using cognitive functions. There are particularist pressures that may push you to behave in certain ways that look to an outside party as inconsistent with your function stack, but is ultimately consistent. It's just, yeah. I have a question about America. When I watch news, it seems the country is very divided. People hate each other. Is that the case, or news only focused on the negatives? Well, this is the thing, DDX098. You have to look at two different fields. On the metaphysical field, the external metaphysical field, namely the internet, media, the stories we're telling are all about, are about the divisions, right? The problem is our storytelling is fixated on those divisions, because everybody telling the story is on one or the other side of that divide. When you move through the world in America, you don't encounter those divisions at all. So I never experienced anybody having any conflict with me because we disagree about something in the world, It never even comes up. In town, there are two houses that are fairly close to each other. One of them still has up a bunch of stuff that says Trump won. And, I saw him outside of his house when we were going to the supermarket the other day. He had like a big redneck looking guy working on some car with some wrenches and shit, Across the street from Little Shop of Ramen in town, there is a house that has I love these people. I don't know who they are, but I love their signs. They have three flags on a flagpole in front of their house: America, California, Gay Pride flag, and they had a sign up on September 11th that said, "Remember September 11th, 1973." They change their sign all the time. It's always weird. It's always a weird sign. The sign I saw last time, it said the the um, the Kubrick stare, and they showed pictures of characters from Stanley Kubrick movies looking like this, you know. And then the last picture in this block of like 69 pictures, they print it out on like pieces of regular paper, but it's like 3 pieces wide and 4 pieces long, so it makes one picture, and they tape it together. Um, the last picture was of Donald Trump looking like it was a pretty funny poster or picture or whatever sign that they make. These handmade signs. I want to go leave a note at these people's house saying, "I love your hilarious, ridiculous, weird ass signs that you put up. Remember September 11th, 1973? How wonderful." What happened on September 11th, 1973? They, yeah, well, they showed some picture that now I probably recognize as that, you know, some sort of picture of of military action of some sort. That must be what it was a picture of. I didn't know what they were referencing, but I just loved the sign anyway. They're in town, the people I'm talking about. I should invite them to the Christmas party. I should leave a note at their house saying, "We love your signs, and we want to invite you to our Christmas party. My email address is this, my phone number is this. If you give me your email address, I'll invite you. We live back in Jersey-Dale." My partner's FE made me cheese and biscuits, so I gotta go and not get butter on the keyboard. Okay. Where in cheese and biscuits is butter? Well, you go do your thing, Boo Boo Peregrines. Have sex with your partner, then they won't bother you for the rest of the day. You can come back and hang out here. That's what I do. So I got to hang out with you guys. I have sex with Rachel. No, I got a special circumstance. Rachel's really just as into talking with Spanish people as I am. Butter should be on everything all the time. I agree. That's why I rub butter all over my body first thing in the morning. I mean, most bathrooms in California are as all bathrooms should be, or many bathrooms in California are as all bathrooms should be. They just have a picture of a guy and a lady on it. Either one can go in there. It's like, first of all, bathrooms should be, it shouldn't be like multiple people in a public bathroom at the same time. They should all just have one toilet, and then you should be able to lock the door. I don't like going into bathrooms like at stadiums and stuff. But even if I did, if some trans man, like it was originally a woman and changed into a man, came into the men's room, I don't fucking care. Why should you? It's like maybe some of the men in the men's room are gay and are trying to want to look at my penis or something. They still don't. If they did, I'd just be like, okay, let me turn a little bit more this way, you know? Just who fucking cares, right? I agree with Lou that people like to fixate on, they argue from the margins regarding trans stuff. They're like, well, this particular kind of situation and incident could theoretically occur, so let's freak out about it. It's ridiculous. The one area where people are making arguments about it that is totally legitimate and maybe needed is trans women participating in women's sports, which is insane. It's okay to have women's sports and just let women play them. And if you're a dude who gets your dick cut off so you can win it, win at women's sports, then shame on you. Just let women play their own sports, okay? You don't need to go in there and be like, no, I'm the best woman in women's sports, even though I have a Y chromosome. That is not okay. So trans women, just get over it. If a trans man wants to play in men's sports, fine. I don't have any problem with that. Because I don't have any problem with women playing in men's sports. The reason women don't play in men's sports is because they can't compete successfully in them. If they can, great. You know, I read an article this morning. A chick played a non-kicker position for the first time in college football in Division III. She was like a safety or something. So it's like, if you're a badass chick and can play football and play safety, more power to you. Go ahead and make the team, you know. But if you're a dude, really biologically, and you're living as a woman, you do not get to play women's sports. Okay? Just fuck off. That's unfair to chicks. And I like to be fair to chicks. Rachel requires it. Rachel requires a lot of fairness. The funny thing is, other people, if they were being objective about it, might say, like, that it's not fair how much fairness Rachel gets. In the sense that she tends to isolate specific situations and circumstances and ignore larger context when evaluating fairness, which is fine for me in my relationship because I don't have fairness really as an absolute value in my life. So I'm not looking for Rachel to be fair. I'm looking for specific things, which she always provides. And she's never going to err towards unfairness because she's Effie Tool. But like, we got edibles. I made sure, as I always do, to split them 50-50. So like, last night she was in bed, she went to bed early. I ate 10 of the 20 edibles we had, because we got 2 packages, 10 each. I ate 5 from each package. And I made sure to leave her the other 10 because like, that's childlike TI, you know. I have to have another, as you know. I might have wanted to eat all 20, so I would just be more quick to go to bed, but I didn't. I left the other 10 for her, and then she got up and she ate them, and she was perfectly happy. So that's fair, me being super fair, and I'm happy to be fair. Right now, Trevor wants to go into his bedroom, I guess. Let me let him in. You want to go in here? Here, come on, Trevor. Come on. He wants us to watch him eat again. Let's go watch him eat. That trouble is so much trouble. Okay, Mr. Man, okay. Morale. I got my telescope all put together, but I need to go outside at night with it and try to make it work. Well, what do you want? You want me to come in here? I'm in here and I sit down and eat. Go eat then. You just wanted me to come inside. Why don't you come out to the garage? Okay, there you go. Now we're gonna get to watch you eat. Oh yes. What a good man. I believe that you are our future. Eat your food and help us find the way. I believe that trouble is our future. Do I have any agreeers with me? Does everybody agree that trouble is our future? Let's see. Well, they still, I mean, the thing is, with sports, we should do it chromosomally. So, I have no problem with a trans woman who's not very good at sports playing some sort of casual league kind of a thing and is competing at the proper level, right? But the fact is, men have, in general, certain biological advantages. They tend to be taller, tend to be stronger. There are some sports in which men and women can compete fairly against one another, like poker. Poker is a sport. There are other sports where they can compete fairly against one another with one change, like golf. They have a women's tee and a men's tee. The women and men play equal, except for driving power. I mean, I don't think anybody should be doing that, Lupe. I understand the argument that if they don't do it at puberty, it's too late or something. But I don't believe that people whose frontal lobes are not even remotely fully developed should be making life-changing decisions like that. I don't think their parents should be allowing them to do so. Just as we don't allow them to get tattoos. So you and I may disagree there, but I think you want to preserve the agency in your capacity as a regent, as a parent or guardian or whatever. You want to preserve the sovereignty of the individual to make decisions of significant matters when they are of age, not beforehand. So it may be that when they come of age, they're furious that you didn't let them when they were 13 or 14. But that's the chance you take. Puberty blockers are life-changing but not reversible. Okay, well, where would you put intersex people? You have to classify them based on their chromosomes. That's why I'm saying sports should be chromosomal. Okay, well, maybe there's a gray area with hormone blockers, but if there's any talk of surgery or something, I definitely would oppose that for people under 18. Let them make their own decisions once they're of age. And really, 18 should be moved to 21. And really, 21 should be moved to 25. But whatever. Just let people fully mature as they naturally mature and then let them make decisions. I don't know about, like, intersex people are like hermaphrodites. In that case, I'd say you go with their chromosomes if you're talking about which sport they're going to play. The point is, sports are one of those things like political discourse, where we always have to prioritize the universal over the particular. It's more important that the sport be fair to everybody than that it be fair to anybody in particular. From great transition and won all the wrestling and judo goals. Well, I agree, Moonfei, that determining someone's sex and gender is nuanced and complicated, but we can't have it be that for sports. So we want to eliminate that nuance and complication when it comes to classifying individuals to where they qualify for a given sport. You don't want full-grown adults dominating Little League. And similarly, you don't want men going and dominating women's sports. Or even if it is less binary than people imagine, we need it to be binary for sports. So it may be the case that this 7-year-old is playing way above the level of other 7-year-olds, but he still gets to play among 7-year-olds because we have to have a binary classification for that. It may be the case that this 16-year-old can make his country's national soccer team, but he still qualifies for the under 18 team. No. You have to distinguish between things that are public and universal, where we need to prioritize that aspect of it, and things that are fundamentally private in particular, where we need to prioritize that aspect of it. So we want to preserve the rights of each individual to operate in the same frame of reference, which is why, like, if we just move this conversation to the metaphysical, we can see an equivalent with identity politics, critical race theory arguments. So there was a wave of, and in fact, it reemerged even a couple of years ago, where you get debaters who were, say, black or disabled, and they'd win the national championship based on critical race theory or ableism. Like, the only way for the judges to do the right thing is to vote for me because I'm black, or to vote for me because I'm disabled. And people would win that. They'd say, well, I mean, the point is, I'm winning this debate with these arguments about the fact that I'm disabled, so it's a legitimate reason to vote for me, because you should vote on arguments. But of course, that's just some rhetorical trickery, right? If in fact I'm voting on arguments, then why does your disability have anything to do with anything? Why does your blackness have anything to do with anything? And no, it's not my job to make you win so that society is more fair to black people. It doesn't, not going to have that effect. Is you're arguing from the wrong direction, right? This isn't a forum where we evaluate things on, is society fair to you? We be fair to you by being fair to society, by evaluating the round on the argumentation done in the round, not on the people doing it. Now, because debate is as it is, it's a competition sport in which argumentation is just weaponized. I might very well vote for somebody who ran critical race theory myself. So maybe some black kid comes in and runs it, and his opponent doesn't respond well to it, and or he has great answers to it and wins that argument chain, wins the argument that it's a voter, I'll vote for him. He's wrong, but I'll vote for him. The thing is, remember, even though he won, and even though he won on the argument that we should vote for him because he's black, I didn't vote for him because he's black. So that's okay, because it's just kept in the metaphysical realm. Now, once you have a physical component to it, in other words, it's no longer just an argument. If I were to actually vote for him because he is black, I would be guilty of a horrible ethical violation. So, equivalent is the case with sports. It would be a horrible, we would be doing everyone a disservice if we didn't keep sports binary in its classifications. That's the only way to make it fair to everybody. So it might be the case that 16-year-old is way better than other 16-year-olds and can play with adults, but he still qualifies for the under 18 team. It may be the case that 19-year-old or under 19, I guess. It may be the case that 20-year-old isn't very good and is best suited to play with the under 19 team, but we still don't let him. Is it fair to him? It doesn't matter. We need to be fair to everybody, not to him. In contrast, you can see other areas in life where it works the other way around. The government shouldn't be passing laws that treat people differently. So when it was the case that gay people couldn't get married, then it worked in the favor of the LGBT community because we see the same rules apply every time. When it's a universal thing, like should individuals be allowed to get married, we have to treat all individuals the same. So yes, gay people get to get married too, obviously. You can't win the argument against gay marriage because it's a basic due process equal protection thing. There's no good justification for saying only some individuals should be empowered to get married, whereas others shouldn't, provided all individuals being talked about are their majority. Should all people get to play sports? Yes. Should all people get to compete in whatever sport league they want? No. Is it okay for a league to limit participation to only women? Yes. Is it okay for them to say if you have XY chromosome, you don't qualify as a woman for our sports league? Absolutely. It's okay. It's preferable to any alternative. Because this is the difference between something like rights, the right to get married, the right to bear arms, the right to dress how you like. Let's go with the right to dress how you like. By and large, we don't have to draw the line anywhere. Maybe we choose to draw the line such that people can't go around naked, but we don't have to draw the line anywhere. There's no way you can be unfair to somebody else by dressing one way or another. In other words, it's a non-universal area. Each individual should be empowered in their particular expression of self, and society has no interest that needs to be protected. Should we have anti-nudity laws? Well, it would be pretty hard to argue that we should, that justice is served by such. But it's also hard to argue that huge harms occur by having those laws, or really any particular harms. And basically nobody would have standing to challenge those laws because we don't have anybody very much who's eager to go around naked. Your friend has an app that made you a woman? I don't even need an app, Boba Fett. I am a pretty princess. No, a Y chromosome makes you biologically not a girl or a woman. Biologically. Women are defined as lacking a Y chromosome, having two X chromosomes. This is why only men, males, are susceptible to Fragile X syndrome. Because of our lack of redundancy, if our X chromosome is damaged, we can experience something called Fragile X syndrome. But women are not susceptible to it. That's why in special ed classes, all the Fragile X kids are boys. So we could ask the question, does an individual have X chromosome redundancy? If not, then they don't qualify as a woman. It's a better way to ask it because you can have double Y, like X, Y, Y. It also fucks you up. Well, let's define it this. Is it conceivable that you might have Fragile X syndrome? If not, then you are a woman. That's a good. I mean, we need a binary, clear line to draw somewhere, right? It's not going to serve every individual's interest, but that's not the interest we're trying to serve with sports. We're trying to serve the interest of overall fairness. The same rules apply to everybody, etc. We need to make a distinction between men and women for sports. So we are going to have to draw a line someplace. It is going to be a rule, not a standard. And it's important to distinguish between which kind of areas we need rules for and which kind we need standards. So, like a rule is like when you've reached the age of 18, you're in your majority. Some people are mature enough to be in their majority at 18, and some people aren't. But we have to treat everybody the same, so we make the rule like that. We can't use a standard like maturity to determine when you become an adult because that's unfair. You might correctly note that because it's a rule, it's necessarily going to be a little bit unfair to everybody, right? I'm not really being evaluated on whether I'm an adult yet on my maturity level. I'm just being evaluated on this number. That's unfair to me if I'm either more mature than my number or less than mature than my number. And almost everybody's going to be something like that, right? But nevertheless, we have to draw a clear, bright line that applies the same to everybody because of the nature of the thing we're doing. It's a society-wide thing. It's not a particularized thing. Same with sports. So it may be the case, like with gender, that there's some mushiness with maturity, right? There's some mushiness with gender. But we can't allow that mushiness in making determinations on those issues. We need a clear, bright line. So the thing is, it's important to remember that highlighting the mushiness is contraindicative of our goal, except insofar as it eliminates those extra mushy areas to direct our attention to where we can draw the line. Trying to pretend as though we shouldn't draw the line somewhere or have a clear line drawn is just living in a land of illusory nonsense. The land of illusory nonsense, I spend a lot of time there myself, so don't get me wrong. I love the land of illusory nonsense, but it's just not the appropriate place to be harvesting things for this conversation. Like my jutsu of confusing objects, that's an appropriate thing for the land of illusory nonsense. But sports represent an area of public policy, basically. It's not political public policy, but people treat it as though it is. I mean, it's like people get outraged if some bad call happens in a game. People demand way more accountability from sports than they do from politics. And because sports are actually zero sum competitions, that accountability actually occurs. Sports operate like governments should, transparently, um, with genuine fairness that preserves each team's legitimate chance to compete fairly, prioritizes structural integrity, process integrity over any particular outcomes. It's exactly how politics should be dealt with. Like the Patriots or like the Astros cheat and manage to win a World Series with their sign stealing. So what does baseball do? They eliminate signs entirely. They have this pitcher catcher mic setup now. That's smart, right? They go, okay. Obviously trying to punish people for committing this thing is not working. So let's make it impossible to cheat that way. That's smart. That's how government should operate. Sports are loath to make big changes, loath to interfere too much with the independent operations of the constituent members. Government should be that way as well. Sports are so righteous, upstanding, and uncorrupt that people can bet on them, confident that the game's not fixed. That's amazing. You know what else is amazing? America's uncorrupt police. You cannot buy off the cops here. Now, they may be in some ways horrible, not accountable enough, able to get away with murder, etc. But you can't bribe your way out of shit in America. I think that's beautiful. Of course, back in the teeth of the drug war, there were plenty of corrupt cops involved in narcotics. But that's a different kind of corruption, right? That's a different kind of corruption. The kind of corruption that's most damaging is if you can buy off cops, like in Mexico or something. Okay, senor, you're going to jail, or you could give us $1,000, which then they just pocket, right? That's the worst kind of corruption. When you can grease the wheels with money to get things done that should not be require extra money, or to get out of things that you should not be able to get out of. TE's fine with that shit. He goes, I just how things operate here. We just got to figure out who we need to give an envelope to, how to do this, and then we'll get our approval for our project. Fantastic. But it shouldn't be like that. I say no. It's a nice day today. Beautiful out. Not very warm. Not cold anymore either. That Michael Brown thing was a big thing. My thing is, that Michael Brown shooting was probably justified. Almost certainly justified. But, you know, it ended up launching a very necessary movement against police violence. Of course, we could have gotten rid of this a long ass time ago if people had just listened to Eric, and we could have dealt with it without this whole racial bullshit that gets people misdirected from what matters, you know? The problem isn't that cops are racist. The problem is that cops are killing people and or injuring them unnecessarily. It's that simple. I don't care if that cop injured a black person unnecessarily, a white person, a Chinese person. No. The problem's still the same fucking problem. I don't care if he did it because he's racist or not. It's irrelevant. Like, YouTube is racist against my genitals. If I were to show them on YouTube, yeah, we got in big trouble. Isn't it a lovely day? It's a lovely day. Like how lovely it is. See, I want to know if the LGBT community includes gay couples like me and Rachel. Because if you were to just keep a checklist of stuff we do, you'd have to say those people are definitely gay. We go and pick berries together from our local berry bush. About as gay as it can get. I wear bun huggers. I learned recently that they've been apparently co-opted by the gay community, so I could try to take them back from the gays, or I could just join the gays. Can I be part of the LGBT community? I think I should be allowed to be. Is there I know there's I as well now. There's another letter too. Maybe it can be A. Can I be A? Or is that asexual? I am a sexual person. But I think it's one word, not two. So the reason I'm a sexual person is because of my penis. I'm like, Eric's penis? What are you doing? You could be making a video or something? No! You're gonna hump her! Eric, what are you doing? That doesn't go in her mouth. Yes, it does. Anyway, my penis seems to win those arguments every time. When I say people, I'm like the rightest person in the world, I'm forgetting about my penis. It beats me in arguments all the time. Like, what are you doing? Thrusting your pelvis and grunting? Are you some sort of filthy animal? My penis says, "Stop! Just keep fucking!" So that's why I'm the way I am, unfortunately. Because I'm really two people. I'm Eric, and I'm my penis. Eric is civilized. He just wants to chat with Rachel, have conversations, enjoy media together. But Eric's penis is like a filthy animal. You know, the reason why gay marriage is even an issue at all is because the government has afforded different things for people with a status of married than for people who don't have that status. That's why the government had no choice but to afford that legal marriage status to gay people because otherwise they don't have equal protection under the law. If the government didn't get involved in marriage at all, then it wouldn't even be a problem or an issue at all because it would just be like people would have a ceremony and then say they're married and then live together and they call each other wife and husband and other people refer to them as such as well. Like sister wives, right? Only one of those chicks is actually legally that dude's wife. The other ones are spirit wives or whatever. Because bigamy is illegal. Should bigamy be illegal? I don't give a fuck either way, but whatever. Yeah, there's the thing about legal marriage and calling yourself married are different things. Since the government has decided it wants to afford different legal protections and different rules to people based on their marital status, it has to afford the opportunity for each individual to marry the person they want to marry. You might say, well, it's fair because all dudes get to marry chicks and all chicks get to marry dudes. That's just being ridiculous. If a chick doesn't want to marry a dude, only wants to marry a chick, well, then you have to afford the opportunity for marriage status to that person too. They're both people, so they both have the same right to marriage status. And if they want to marry each other, there's absolutely no legal justification to prevent it. And they would say things like, well, should people get to marry animals then? No, because like I said, both people have independently the right to attain that marriage status. An animal is not a person, doesn't have that right. Stuff like that, it just makes me so annoyed. Obviously, that's not a good argument. Trayvon Martin, I don't remember that case exactly. But one thing I've noticed is that marriage increases your gayness. So as my marriage with Rachel stretches on, Rachel and I just get gayer and gayer. Eventually, we'll buy a Subaru and open up a Pilates gym. Well, I mean, it wasn't a year or less later. That slew of police killings stretches back decades and was continuing unabated all the way through Michael Brown, and then continued unabated until it's like it took the cops a while to learn. Oh shit, they're serious this time. We actually can't kill people without getting in a big trouble. And then came the cameras. That was a huge help. And the generally now applied rule that the cops need to release that shit so that we can see it. Like I watched the, I guess, dash cam footage of the deputy involved killing in Mariposa, in which a sheriff's deputy shot a person with a knife who was running at him with the knife. And in fact, that's what happened. And this person had, the reason the cop was trying to get to them at all was because they had already killed somebody by stabbing them in the head with a knife. So, what do I feel about that officer involved shooting? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. If you've already stabbed somebody in the head with a knife, and you still have a knife, and you were running at a sheriff's deputy, and he shoots you, I do not have any sympathy for you. I think you're sexy too, Boba Fett. You're almost sexy enough to make me want to promote your subcontinent to a continent, but not quite sexy enough. Just this much too little sexy. That's why you keep finishing second place on people's sexiest man of the year. You're married to cigarettes. Vincent Mazcat says, I thought you haven't heard about the issues that was even before BLM existed. Ferguson riots in 2014, black people were mistreated by police. Thoughts? Ferguson riots. I don't remember that one. Let me look it up. It might be the case that I think I might be remembering. Was it from Ohio? Oh, that's the aftermath of Michael Brown. Okay. Yeah. The funny thing is that the grand jury was correct to not indict Officer Wilson. But ultimately, all the uproar over that was correct too. Like the uproar over the habits of the police, the habits and practices of the police, which were to default to just basically the cops. We'll find some way to make it so it was fine for the cop. That shit had to go, you know? On August 9th, the evening of the shooting, residents had created a makeshift memorial of flowers and candles in the spot where Brown died. According to Mother Jones, an unidentified policeman allowed their dog to urinate on the memorial, and police vehicles later crushed the memorial. These incidents inflamed tensions among bystanders. That made people in the crowd mad and made me mad, according to Missourian State Representative Sharon Pace. But then this happened. Some people began looting businesses, vandalizing vehicles. Like that shit, no. No rioting is okay. It's not how you do things. Of course, a taser would have been better. But if there's a given incident where an individual is trying to attack a police officer, then while we want police officers to default always to a less deadly use of force than a gun. But what I'm saying is just that Michael Brown wasn't a very good case. Like if you're trying to challenge a given law or something, you want your case to be an ideal case. So, for example, when I got pushed by the cop in Pomona, that would have been an ideal case to deal with case law because I had just my First Amendment rights violated, nothing else. And it was clear that I had my First Amendment rights violated because all I was doing was holding a phone up and filming. and sane, stop tasing it. So in that case, you got a perfect case to work with. Michael Brown's not a good case to establish that the police are doing stuff wrong. It's because there was some use of force was justified. I agree with you that probably it was more force was used than was absolutely necessary. But um, but there was good enough reason. Maybe the grand jury should have indicted. But the reason people should be mad about it is not because the grand jury didn't indict, but because the prosecutor didn't try very hard. The prosecutor should be able to indict a fucking ham sandwich. When the prosecutor is in league with the cops, that's corruption of the worst fucking sort. The prosecutor is supposed to adhere to the very high ethical standards of the courts. Tracy Beverland in Pratt, Kansas, colluding with Undersheriff Barrett, either implicitly or explicitly, to suborn perjury in his fucking affidavit. That shit deserves the most harsh punishments we have. Corrupt public officials violating people's rights by taking advantage of the powers afforded to them by their job. Nothing could be more reprehensible than that. It's horrible. Tracy Beverland and Undersheriff Barrett should both be in prison. When a cop or a prosecutor uses unethical means to attain outcomes, that should be punishable by at least 10 years in prison, in federal prison, no parole. It's the absolute worst kind of betrayal of the public trust imaginable. You got prosecutors and cops colluding to subvert the legitimate processes necessary to attain things like a search warrant. What's ssuartscire? I don't know what that is. Is that in India? I'm not interested in being outraged about India. India can be outraged about India. I'll be outraged about things in America. Oh, yeah. Well, of course, Boba Fett. I am fucking insanely furious at Bush, Cheney, at the whole 9/11, aftermath, etc. It's just not contemporaneous, you know? It's not relevant to the topic we're talking about. Obviously, Bush and Cheney are both treasonous war criminals who should be tried and hung for treason. They lied to the American people. They're almost certainly involved somehow in 9/11. And if you take the country to war on the pretense that the other country has weapons of mass destruction that you absolutely have to get, or else there'll be mushroom clouds over Kansas, and there are no weapons of mass destruction, then you should be hung for fucking treason. You have said, I am certain enough about this to send Americans to die in the Middle East. You should be equally certain as I am about this. So much so, and so concerned, that you should be willing to let your son or daughter go fight and die, knowing that it's necessary for America's well-being. And that turns out to be a lie or false. We shouldn't even have to arrest those people for treason. They should hang themselves for treason. It's like, if you're going to claim that and require all of America to say, okay, we're going to trust you on this, not that I ever did, and give the go ahead for your horribly bad idea, which I certainly never approved of, then if you're wrong, what's going to happen? We need to set that up ahead of time. If you're wrong, we're going to drag you through the streets tied to the back of a horse and carriage, beating you with sticks until your mangled body is unrecognizable. Do you agree to those terms, Bush and Cheney, before we go to war? And Snowden should be welcomed back to the country as an American hero. In no way, shape, or form should he be punished for exposing the secret illegal activities of people who are supposed to be serving us, representing us, not our masters, but our servants. Cut your men in blue some slack. Well, I agree that we should not be engaged in invasions to instigate regime change. We didn't go to conquer Iraq, or we'd be in charge there. That would have been better, right? It would have been better if Bush and Cheney, instead of going and implementing regime change, had been colonialists and gone and fucking conquered those places and civilized them. I wouldn't have supported it, but it would have been better than regime change. Oh, I know. Let's take a really pre-Enlightenment Islamic population and have their majority rules decide things. Saddam Hussein was at least a secular dictator, the best thing that was going on in the Middle East at the time. We're so upset about Iran because they're Islamic and they've got nuclear weapons. Well, then, why did we get rid of Saddam Hussein? At least he was secular. What do you think is going to happen when we let the idiotic population of Iraq pick their leader? They're going to pick some imam who loves jihad. Let's get rid of the Taliban. Well, that worked out really well. Aren't they back in charge now in Afghanistan? And get rid of the Taliban. Just eliminate the Afghanis' involvement in governing themselves entirely. They obviously can't do it. Just take over. Be like England was with India. These savages have a caste system. Let's get rid of it. These savages have a caste system. They think women are chattel. Let's get rid of it. Right? If you're going to do the job right. Don't pretend like you're dealing with equals. Or if you are going to pretend like you're dealing with equals, then pretend like you're dealing with equals and don't try to fucking change their regime. You can't have it both ways, you fucking tards. Yeah, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, American fucking disgraces. Trump, an American disgrace. Obama, an American disgrace. A weak, limp, fucking noodle penis guy. Just had no fucking, he had none of the nuts of an American man. He was born without nuts. Watching him spend 8 years bending over for idiotic, like, social conservatives is like, oh my God. How can this fucker be an ENTP? He makes us look so fucking lame. I guarantee you, I won't be a weak ass sissy like Obama when I'm president. You can't be a pussy and be the leader of the free world. And oh my God, was Obama a pussy? Oh, the Republicans don't like me. Well, you need to stop worrying about that, pussy. What Obama never knew how to do was go on the attack. The old expression, offense is the best defense, right? He let his opposition go on offense the whole time. Concurrently, he forgot his principles entirely. He started all these drone striking all these people in the Middle East, thinking it's better than having troops on the ground. How about we just stop killing people for a bit? Huh? Just maybe let them live, I don't know, until they actually do something wrong instead of preemptively murdering them. Why did he do that? Because it is all like hush hush. You didn't have to engage in any public discourse about it, no scrutiny at all, right? Because, I'm preserving the national security by killing people. I have to do something or else I'll look like a pussy. What a fucking pussy move. How about just not be a pussy and do it right? How about that? We haven't had a good president since Bill Clinton. Prior to him, I don't know, Eisenhower. It's amazing this country has persisted as successfully as it has, given that we have like 2 good presidents every 100 years. It's ridiculous. And this is why the Founding Fathers were elitists. They didn't trust the population to elect people. I don't blame them. I don't trust the population to elect people. But part of my presidential campaign will be, don't vote. You probably shouldn't be voting. If you just vote because you think voting is a good thing to do, then you definitely shouldn't be voting. You should evaluate when you yourself are ready to vote based on when you yourself can engage in an adult discourse about politics. If you can't do that, don't vote. Don't talk about politics. Just go about your life. Have fun. Politics is boring anyway. If you're engaged in politics because you find it pays off emotionally in some way, don't be involved in politics. It's not the place for emotions. If you're involved in politics because you really like your team, and you think the other team's terrible, stop thinking about politics. You're not qualified. If you have a strong position favoring either Fox News or MSNBC over the other one, stop thinking about politics. You're not qualified. You're stuck in team division shit. You care too much about your issues that you care about and not enough about a disinterested calculation of issues that, as though you care about none of them, which is the proper way to do things. However, American population, even if you are not smart about politics, and even if you shouldn't vote on any of the other things on the ballot, You should definitely still vote for me for president because I'm the only one telling you the truth. And you should. No, Obama was horrible. Obama failed to stop in Guantanamo Bay like he promised. He ramped up a drone program that is patently illegal and murdering people all over the world. Well, not all over the world, but in the Middle East. And he's responsible for the Affordable Care Act, which can only be described as a hapless, unintended assault on the American economy, guaranteeing healthcare costs skyrocket with no benefits attained at all. So I don't mind SEAL Team whatever going and killing Osama bin Laden because special situation, basically. And we had people on the ground doing it. It's much better to have people on the ground doing it than it is with a drone. Drone strikes are the worst imaginable kind of murder, where the murderer is too cowardly to get anywhere near you. I don't believe America should be practicing that sort of cowardice. You know, if we really believe we've got cause to kill somebody, then send our human beings to kill them. And let everybody know that's what we're doing. Don't do it in secret. Only criminals need to keep what they're doing secret. Obviously, a president has to be pragmatic. While I would love full transparency about all things, one has to respect the need for some secrecy regarding military matters, etc. So it's not like I'm going to declassify everything, but we need to change this discussion from one in which the standard is any piece of information that might conceivably be used by any conceivable enemy to do some kind of conceivable harm to the United States should be kept secret. That standard is completely fucking bullshit. It is the public's business. The public, the boss of this company, needs to know what the company is doing to make decisions. We don't need employees who think that they can implement secret protocols and shit without the boss knowing and still be doing their job and serving the boss's interest. Doesn't work like that. Secrecy and lies go hand in hand. When you've got secrets to keep, you start with just keeping your secrets, and then you start turning to lying to keeping your secrets. Now you've got more secrets to keep. You've got to sustain your lies. Lying and secrets are both bad. I'll tell you what else is bad. China and Russia. And we need to be unequivocal about that. The fact that America has not done a good job of managing narratives regarding those countries is very unfortunate and will change as soon as I become president. We will no longer be wallowing around in bullshit pools. And anybody who comes across me, be they congressman, senator, court clerk, whatever, they're going to discover if they are carrying in either of their hands, any of their pockets, their backpack, anywhere on their person, if they are carrying bullshit, I will smell it and I will rub it all in their face, make them eat it, and they will learn not to bring bullshit around anymore. A new sheriff is what is required for this town. And this kind of sheriffry requires a certain kind of arms. I am the most well-armed possible sheriff for this town, for this kind of sheriffing. Words are my weapons. Bullshit is my enemy. America is my cause. I am the most empowered person to do the job right because I am both right and righteous. The worst people to do the job are people who are wrong and righteous. But people who are right and not righteous are inevitably going to do the job horribly as well. You cannot be a good leader and be a relativist. Well, where are you leading us, boss? Well, I don't know. That depends. On what? I don't know. We'll find out. No, not acceptable. You have a clear moral vision, clear commitment to ethics, articulate things correctly, be able to spot bullshit in a split second and articulate exactly why it's bullshit, be able to articulate everything that needs to be said about the top level friends, about how we talk about things, and just change the paradigm entirely. We need a man to go in there and say, your paradigms are cancerous and I am chemotherapy. But until then, I'm going to chemotherapy this trash can by taking out this very full trash bag to the trash cans outside. Also, I need to take the trash cans to the street today because today is Sunday. Trash cans go home. I mean to the street. But if it were Friday, PE clothes would go home. I always look forward to that. Like, Rachel, can you get around to washing my PE clothes already? I'm frozen. I could have gone the other way. God damn it. Oh no. Uh-oh. Disaster. Disaster has ensued. This thing was here and now it's I messed it up. I don't even know how to make it work or not. Okay. I'm sorry, Rachel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I woke you up. No, it's my bad. I should not have come through this way. And I tried to move this out of the way and it collapsed.
That's what it does,
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
My darling Rachel is awake.
I'm listening. Good morning.
Good morning. It is a good morning. I've got my telescope all put together, but I haven't used it yet. Maybe tonight I'll take it out and look at the moon. If I can get the camera thing set up properly, maybe I'll even get some super cool pictures or a little video of people walking around on the moon. space dogs, things like that. As president, I promise I will blow up the moon with nuclear weapons. Like, why aren't we shooting nuclear weapons at the moon? Why not? In our history of above and underground testing of nuclear weapons, why didn't some TE Dom in the military say, well, we're going to be shooting nuclear bombs at the moon? We don't know what it'll do. We have to find out. I think we need an extensive series of tests where we shoot different nuclear bombs at the moon. I'd like to blow it up completely. Because what I'm thinking is this. If we could completely blow up the moon, then we could have a ring around the Earth like Saturn does. Blow up the moon into little pieces, and we'll have a ring. And I like the Earth. And I also agree with what that song says. If you like it, then you should put a ring on it. So that's why I want to blow up the moon. If you like it, then you better put a ring on it. Why do you shame TE all the time? Because it skips step one. That's why. It skips step one. It's thinking, here's my goal. How do I attain it? Here's my problem. How do I solve it? Step one is, should you have that goal? Should we solve this problem? Is this actually a problem? That's step one. And TE DOMs, you're not a TE DOM, you're a TE tool. I have much less problem with TE tool than I do with TE DOMs. TE tool is instrumental, as TE should be. Solvency should be instrumental to things, not an absolute value. TE DOMs don't like to care about the legitimacy step, right? So you've got some TE DOM in the military back in the 50s or 60s or whatever, and they were tasked with like putting together some information document on nuclear weapons. They're like, okay, well, I'm going to use my expert intuition and maybe the third slot, let's say in the ESTJ. I wonder what happens if a nuclear bomb blows up like on an island where some boats are near it. We don't know that. Let's park some boats near islands and then blow the island up like that. The thing is, the reason it's annoying is because in their capacity in that job, what they should have been doing is saying, stop. I know you've tasked me with getting you a bunch of information about what's going to happen when nuclear bombs blow up, but the notion that we just start blowing up nuclear bombs all over the place and find out is fucking insane and stupid. These things release radiation, and also we have already enough nuclear bombs. We know how they work fine, that we could blow up anything we want. We don't need to also know what happens if you put a nuclear bomb in an alligator's mouth and set it off. We know what's going to happen. We don't need to see it to know what's going to happen. We did it in our own country. They used to blow up nuclear bombs in Nevada such that they have to check the wind patterns or else the fallout would blow over Los Angeles. And if they get it wrong, it'd be like, watch out, there's going to be a little fallout coming over Los Angeles today. This has been KABC in Los Angeles. Stay inside, avoid that. Yeah, and then the Soviets blowing up Tsar Bomba, which originally was intended to be 100 megatons, 100 million tons of TNT. You know, in the U.S. or Soviet military, there are people going, "Oh my God, that was a big explosion at 10 megatons. Let's make one at 50 megatons. And it's going to be an even bigger explosion." How big of an explosion do you want? You fucking idiots. Cool. I totally blew everything up. Let's do it again. Until finally people realized, okay, I guess we've gotten all the fun we can out of big explosions. Like in North Korea, having mountain collapse syndrome. They've tested too many nuclear bombs inside their mountain. It can't. If they try to blow up any more nuclear bombs in there, the top of the mountain will blow off, sending a plume of radiation into the Gulf Stream. Wonderful. And then you just picture all these people in the military going, we have to film this. We have to get a lot of pictures and film of this. Let's put it near some houses and watch them just be fucking blown away, man. It's gonna be rad. 3 Mile Island was not nuclear bomb testing. That was a meltdown of a nuclear reactor. But, the thing is, nuclear power nowadays is incredibly safe. You do it. If you make a new kind of nuclear reactor, it's very little radioactive material gets left over, and chances of meltdown approach zero. You have to have like a Japan-style incident, massive earthquake. Even then, that reactor, they had it incredibly well contained considering the circumstances. That incident actually speaks very well to nuclear power and well of nuclear power. It's not well suited as a rebuttal, because if a nuclear plant can withstand that with as little fallout to misappropriate a different nuclear thing as a metaphor, then it meets adequate standards for viability in terms of safety. Fukushima, thank you. I forgot the name of it. Fuck you, Shima. That is a nice name, Boba Fett. I hadn't thought about that before. That's a great name. I'm really kind of taken with the name of Washington's quarterback, University of Washington Huskies quarterback, Michael Penix Jr. Penix, maybe. He probably prefers it pronounced Penix, Penix, because I know, and we all know, that every sports writer in the country who's writing about this guy, who's increasingly demanding to be written of, because he's probably, if you were to do a legitimate evaluation, he's the front runner for the Heisman right now. He's got the best numbers in the country. Washington's just fucking knocking it out of the park right now. And so he's getting a lot of ink. And you know that every single one of those sports writers, every time they write his name, it autocorrects to penis. but I have yet to see a single article where a penis has made it through. So I'm pretty impressed with the copy reading diligence of our nation's sports writers. This is food. It's called not orange, sweet and sour chicken. It's $1.99. It's what's it called? Budget, I think. Budget, whatever it's called. Frozen meals. And the thing about this frozen meal, you put it in the microwave, you just stick the whole box in the microwave for 4 minutes. That's it. And then you just take it out of the box, peel off plastic, good to go. No troublesome and undesired step where you stop the microwave, stir it, and put it back in. If you are requiring me to do that, microwave dinner companies, then you do not deserve my business. You have missed the point. Making something in the microwave means I don't want to cook anything. Stopping and stirring something is a form of cooking. So, all microwave dinner companies need to listen to my words. 1. That's how many steps your microwave dinner should have. 1. Okay? Put it in the microwave. Put the number of minutes and push start. That's breaking down the 1 step into 3. But really, it's just 1 step. Cook it in the microwave for a certain number of minutes. That's it. I don't want any other work to do. If you're trying to make me do other work, you're trying to make me do your job. Your job is to create a microwave dinner that has how many steps? 1. As president, I will make this clear that I am disappointed in our nation's microwave dinner companies for their tendency to make 2-step microwave dinners. Obviously, it's not a matter of federal jurisdiction. I'm not saying we should have any legislation about the matter. But I will use my bully pulpit to encourage our nation's microwave dinner companies to stop with their multi-step nonsense that I do not like. Of course, as president, I guess I will have a chef to make foods. But I respect my chef enough to know that, just like me, he doesn't want to have to stop the microwave and take it out and stir the thing he's cooking for me either. I'm assuming that we'll still eat the same things when we're president. So when the person who works there, who is like a go-between the kitchen and me, comes and says, "What do you want to eat, Mr. President?" I'll have 3 choices. It'll be chicken parm, sweet and sour chicken, or Mexican casserole. Because those are the only 3 frozen dinners I can find that are 1 step. The channel should be called Talking at Famous People. Well, really, it should be called People Should Listen to Me. That's what this channel should be called. Last bastion of truth, justice, and the American way. That's what this channel should be called. It should be called My Confidence Offends Their Insecurity. As Deion Sanders said. And a quote about his team. He said, "Our confidence offends their insecurity." When I read that this morning, I was like, oh my God. Why Jeff Shaw so Jeff Shaw? I know now. My confidence offenses insecurity. That's the best way to put it. Why Michael Smith? So Michael Smith? Because my confidence offenses insecurity. You already had cutlets. Did you finish your cutlets already? The birds are yelling at me. They might have already eaten their cutlets. But yeah, they probably did. It was several hours ago I put cutlets up. Okay, I'll give you more cutlets. Fine. Let's open this bag of cutlets with these scissors. There. Now, let's go give some more cutlets to the woodland friends. As per meow. There. Now, I've got another notion of something that is probably a pretty good idea. Namely, putting on a shirt. Now, I'm going to let you guys see me right now at my most coquettish, okay? That's my most coquettish look. Ooh. Or this one. Ooh. That. Okay. Now that I got you all hot and bothered, go ahead and take a few moments to rub one out. Ooh. That's how you be coquettish. If you've got, say, a man or a lady that you're interested in but aren't sure how to generate interest in you from them, try being more coquettish. Again, like this. Ooh. They won't be able to resist. You could call me an expert in the art of seduction. But if you were to do so, you'd be wrong. You might call it outside. I just call it backlighting. There. Hi. Hey there, friends. Would you like a bite of chicken? Here, have some. I'll eat it for you. I'll transubstantiate this one. I'm not gonna quite finish this because I'm not that hungry. I'm gonna throw it away into the trash like that. Now that Rachel's up, I can begin playing death metal. I like to wait till she wakes up before I begin my ragecore practice. Those are how the vocals go. It's a pretty great song. Rage. I don't want parsley, nor sage, nor thyme, for instead of sage or I want rage core. Rage. Listen to me scream. The rage is like a raging dream. Death. Death. Rage. Rage. Now it can cue the trap hi-hats. That's my first big hit. That's my first big hit. Instantly improved my cat's life. I would like to do that. I don't know how. I think they've got pretty good lives, though. All in all. How does this one go? Is that a tune? I should turn the guitar over. Flat? Are you sure, tuner? Between Marx and marzipan in the dictionary, there was Mary. Between the deep blue sea and the devil, that was me. If ever anyone could help me with my merriment, the young Susanna York, it was Mary. That's a Billy Bragg song. It had that little bit in it in the in between the meows. It's a good song. He's a really good songwriter, you know. His songwriting has really stood the test of time. It's amazing how somebody can be such an idiot and such a good songwriter at the same time. Go figure. He's a commie. He's still active, very active on YouTube. He made a response song to that song, Richmond, North of Richmond. All right, Boba Fett, here you go. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sacrifice, sovereignty, and that's satchel of helpful goods, and that's satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sacrifice, sovereignty, and that satchel fill up with home, and that satchel now nothing but bones. Satchel of helpful goods, 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 filled up with drugs. The young Susanna York. Hepfugus. I like Hepfugus as a name for that song. I will play the brooding song, Karma's Poem. Thank you for mentioning it. I noted it the other day on the set list. I almost played it, but I was like, oh, I normally sing that with Rachel. But I like that song. Something that I probably underestimate a little bit because one time I got a response to it from Corey that wasn't that great and made me think, maybe it's not a very good song. But Corey's intuition can sometimes be a little bit whack. Like a whack MC. Not always, just sometimes. B-A, okay. Here we go. Just brooding here won't do any good, but burdens more and more my style. I see the perimeter bending where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. And that's a that it ain't been easy to have fun. Become a friend. I can't read it, it's too small. I have to make it bigger. Okay, I'll start over now. Now I'll be able to read it. I have to scroll down, but it's okay. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the true ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream distractions in the afternoon away, but Having a reality fair down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, still I need get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the civil ways of being like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? And now I've got to scroll down, yes I do, until I start again like new. Have we lost our sense of scope and scale? Our capacity to laugh? The sense to know what not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf. I tried to stream distractions in the afternoon away, but having a reality bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. But still I need get out of me what's inside my head. And so I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Till I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily. That part requires two voices. Yes, it does. The second voice belongs to Rachel. You may remember her from Such Lives as Mine. She was that lady in a really big white dress at one time. I was like, are you gonna wear that? That seems like you're gonna like fall down or something. You're gonna get food on it, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, she's sitting on wearing it anyway. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, and such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, and wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful time. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! Wow, that must be a really great cat. Yeah, it's a pretty good cat. She's a sweetheart. That's why her name is Camille, because it means sweetheart. It means sweetheart in English. No, it doesn't mean sweetheart in English. It means sweetheart in Hawaiian. Luka-liki-laka-liki-liku-luku. You speak Hawaiian. If you want to go to the Luki-liki-laki, then you Luki-liki-laki-luki-lu. That's how you speak Hawaiian. If you want to be Hawaiian, you need to say that while eating King's Hawaiian bread, the most Hawaiian of all the breads. What's that, you say? My music doesn't sound rock and roll enough. Well, let's see if we can remedy that right now. Wow, amplification, what? Going to the love up mountain, going to the love far from the city below. Going to the love up mountain, going to the love far from the city below. Mountain sunshine on the trees, wild down the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Going to the love up mountain, going to the love far from the city below. Going to the love up mountain, going to the love. Gonna drive up the windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Oh, mountain sunshine on the trees. That's that okay song. It's not too simple, just 3 chords, you know. I wrote it, freestyled it a long time ago when I was in Sugarloaf, my friend Alarina. We were sitting outside, I just made it up on the fly. He liked it, a lot of people liked it, so I said, I might as well learn how to play it. Very easy, it's only 3 chords. Next, I will play for you another song. See if I can remember this one. When you see, when you know, when the band happenings down by a means to judge. I like to lie, we defensively unlike it, for which we rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outbreak that tie, there's a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and miseries, rather than necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, cursing, and terroring, we're stuck with such bloody larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Duty shares now her limits. Hoping Julie will too. Gary shares 4 or 5 minutes. I can't remember that part right now. Judy always thought that she should have bought 2 when she had the chance to buy. She should have petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Yes, indeed, we do. I didn't quite remember it, but I remember it pretty well. I don't have it written down anywhere. It's also like this one. I don't have it written down anywhere, which I need to. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Yet the show places that sad below. Let them go. They will start to show. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. Oh, when the slope up is in George today. Options that are other ways. I don't remember it, but it's a good song. Fortunately, I have a tracked out version of it, so I can refigure it out. Otherwise, I don't. I have to work very hard at refiguring it out. I might not be able to at all, but I didn't have a record of it. Let's try this one. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the agency of isolated past. Picturing community, freedom, metaphysics, haunting buffalo while you're picking red delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept to pay from what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman, imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection and every corporate act. Asserting all your feelings and asserting all the facts. Hostility is kept to bay by what you think is the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman, you find maternity just so banal. Wish you had been born in time, but now, and your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you might allow. You visualize Madura tipping on some. You visualize nobility sipping on some port. For tribes of peaceful savages and beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cohort. Cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor and short. Hostility is kept to pay. Hostility is kept to pay. What you think is in the way. What you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. That's a pretty good song. It's wordy, but it's as good as a wordy song can be, really. If you like wordiness. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame Deion cat. It's not getting caught. Got refraining for him, screaming for him, going to the gym to make yourself good getting caught. We're free for him, straight for him. Going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. That's a good song. I didn't really play it very well, but it's a good song. Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you climb above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. What will they say when they look at you moving sideways in space? Foreign, like they're inside long with your third. Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be? Amelia, if you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. They say when they look at you, moving sideways in space. Very sidelong with your thirst. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the. Yes, too much opportunity to leave out in the. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. What I realized as I was partway through that song is I've been trying to play guitar so that it's a little quieter, and it's messing up how I'm playing it, when I should just turn it down a little bit with the volume knob here. You may have noticed partway through I started playing differently. That's when I realized I was trying to treat this like an acoustic guitar and manage the volume levels by how I play it, rather than by changing the volume levels on the guitar. Let's try this one. Either you're awakening to the realization that you are a spiritual being of light, or you're dead asleep and you just stay that way.
I think you're a rock and roll hero.
Thanks, darling. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Still a little too loud. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good eye. I was playing in the wrong place. Sorry. I'll start over. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always had to be Gen Z now. To return to the work left rough, he'd get back Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands everything about it now. He won't provide explanation regarding the where and the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald is his part. But Gerald knew there's too much to do, and he had got time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where, now, and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew. With you, Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for an changing business. Thinking now about what we call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Yes, Gerald has a thought. You know, I think it has to be one of the best instances I've ever played that song. One of the best renditions of it ever played. I played that song a million times. Normally I finish it and I go, oh, there's that again. I really knocked that one out of the park there. I played it a little faster than normal. I like the way it sounded. I got the volume on the guitar right now, so that was good. I'm pleased with myself. You got one wonder point, Eric. I can get wonder points too? Yes, you can. Too much noise in the bitter stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. The frustration mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow would be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing to live that day. Under uncertainty, simplistic, just like an unexpected thing from a bunch of well dressed in blues. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. I played it horribly at the beginning and pretty well after that. I give out an F plus. An F plus, fantastic. Sammy had story that need be told. This is some for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jed, turned 19, already been 3 kids, weary now and worried about the past. Agency out, basic discretion, locking in our courses, way too long. Decency and pretty, really just depression, making the lines and always run. They'll get 25 bourbon fun, like what they'll get 21 and so forth, well up into middle age. Well, once that seems to set him free, his whole identity, I grudge about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too long. Decency converted like a monk with extra oxygen. Mathematics to produce success or impose more unjust duress. Agency, outpaced discretion, like in our courses. Way too young. Agency produce really depression, like make sure those underneath them always run without consent. It's really just oppression. While parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. Thanks, Rachel. You're a sweetheart.
I think you're a sweetheart too.
Oh my gosh, so sweetheart. Driving on that mountain. Wait, that started at the top. That's not the top. Start line number 1. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. Grand Atlanta had best be going, they'd cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy, and trucks piled with ash. When we got the dogs in the Chevy, and everything cranked out their petty cash. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with cats exhausted, Atlanta stays awake to cry. 120 out but Labor Day, and that means cooking the outdoors. La 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 la. Got distracted and fire got away. From Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west down the incline, delivering to the foothills below. Found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had somewhere to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options, now that their life was burned away. Atlanta's sister had a place in Laughlin, wasn't really any more to say. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky, while the dogs knock out with grants exhausted. Atlanta cranes awake to cry. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Atlanta stays awake to cry. I thought I got raise our style like 30,000 days, too many expectations, not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication. Otherwise, you won't escape the plan. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. I want direction and have all along. Until I know, or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is a toe below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I've wasted half my days trying another's way. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, I think do sex wrong, Eric. I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about life. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bumpity da buddy da dee dee, bumpity da 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 doo. Bumpity da buddy da dee dee, bumpity da 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 doo. Da 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 doo. Wonderful, wonderful. And in the classic words of the artists of the ancient times, da 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 doo. Oh, right, that's what I was supposed to do. I got it wrong. Okay. Well, you know, Eric, you got things wrong all the time. Well, that's not surprising. I remember one time you thought a bird was an elephant. Yeah, I do. I was really embarrassed by that. I'm sorry. My bad. Everybody go back inside. Put your phones away. Cameras. That's not an elephant. I'm sorry. It was just a sparrow. I have easy confusion syndrome, which of course renders me easily confused. Okay. Right now I'm confused by the lack of strap on the base. I guess I'll have to take it off of this thing. As per, meow, put it on this thing. Now that I have the base on, we can really begin to attain some outcomes. Other than just fucking around, you know. Now I'm really serious. Not just fucking around now. I put on the base. Okay. Now, you can't have a bass without a beat. Otherwise, you won't stomp your feet. So, we need to have a beat. You might be saying, but Eric, does such a beat exist? I'm going to try to find it for you, okay? Let's see here. on playing a flag, you lame off. I do best without a thing in my hand when I just sing and cheer a lot like this right here. You can see that I'm made to cheer. Go team, go team, let's win the game. Go team, go team. It would be a shame for us to lose. Go team, we've got to win. It's cheer time, cause I'm in the cheer team. Oh yeah, let's go, let's fight and win. We can win the game, that's for sure. Again, Tim, we could win, and that would be great. And then we sing, hooray! It's not too late, let's cheer! Or maybe we could avoid that. If you don't want to cheer, that's fine too. Now that, how tiring cheering. Cheering requires you to jump around and stuff. I searched originally for funk drums 120 BPM. Once I got that one, then the ones that are on the side there, like the recommended videos, become mostly drum backing tracks. So I just pick them randomly from there. Whew. There are plenty of classy backing tracks out there. You're right, Boba Fett. And some of my best songs have been made with backing tracks that I got from YouTube. Like that cheer song I just made. Amazing. That launched a revolution in cheerleading. All of a sudden, cheerleading gyms had waiting lists. Everybody wanted to cheer now. Double LABTF. Turn it around, and what do you get? Football, football, football. One of my cheers. Double LABT. Double LABTAF. Double LABT. Double LABT. Double OF. Turn it around. What do you get? Football, football. Hooray, football. That's how it goes. I am, not you. You are what? I mean, the problem with backing tracks as opposed to an actual drummer is you have to figure out all the changes yourself. So it's like I could use that backing track, but it wouldn't necessarily line up exactly with the song that I'm trying to record. So I'd have to like move the chorus part of the drums at some point, maybe, or something like that, you know. Sometimes you have to add in like your own drums to fill in a spot or something. It can be difficult, but it isn't always. Like I really like the way I use backing track drums on the song Take a Peck Out of Crime, the Officer Red song. Those are backing track drums that I had to do quite a bit of editing on the backing track drums, but it came out really good. So sometimes it works great, sometimes it is the problem with making recorded music is there's a lot of different things you could do. There's no right or wrong way to do it, but there are only right or wrong outcomes. Nothing in between. That's if you're an artist, you know. If you're a hobbyist of some sort, then it doesn't really matter because you're just probably playing covers anyway. Not that covers are inherently bad or anything. It's just you're just not you're unless you're really doing something interesting with the cover. It's like if you had a painting exhibition, right? And you had mostly your own paintings, but some of the paintings in there were you copying another person's painting. Like you wouldn't do that in a painting exhibition, but people do that in music all the time because songs are more predictably liked and likable in predictable ways than are songs. I will tell you Deion's quote. He said about his team and the other team, they are now I don't remember it. They are threatened by or they're offended by our insecurity. Uh, our confidence offends their insecurity. That's what he said. Our confidence offends their insecurity. And I thought it was an eye-opening quote because, like, I've been trying to nutshell exactly what's going on with people like Jeff Shaw, Michael Smith, or whatever, even Michelle Shocked, right? To nutshell, the best possible way to nutshell is to say, my confidence offends their insecurity. Melissa Talks, right? Club ENTP. My confidence offends their insecurity. Well, Chris Chapin, I would also probably say that, except for two important things. Number one, prior to getting these two musical instruments here, I had played a difficult to play acoustic guitar for a long time, so I was used to having to push down hard. But more importantly, when I went to that bass store, I took Corey with me, and he played every single bass in the store, and he told me to get this one. I didn't ask him why, and I just trusted his judgment on that. But oh my God, this bass plays like butter. If you were to pick up this bass and play, you'd be like, never mind what I just said. This thing is so easy to play, it's insane. It's easier to play than my guitar. It's crazy how easy to play it is. I've never played a bass that easy to play before. It's got super low action, but no string noise. Perfect intonation. It's a beautiful bass. As a musical instrument. As a bass, it's horrible looking. Like, it's got this dumbass clown thing on it. But I didn't buy the bass to look at it, I bought it to play it. Just like, I don't care if marijuana edibles don't taste very good. I didn't buy the edibles to eat something that tasted good. If I wanted to eat something that tasted good, I'd buy a hamburger. Okay, let's go smoke a cigarette, drink a little iced tea. Then I'll probably wrap this up. It's already 1 p.m. The morning's kind of gotten away from me here. I mean, I could do some chores with you, I suppose, but you're so not very helpful when I do chores, is the bottom line. Of course, darling.
I love you.
I love you too, my sweet potato. I love her a lot more than I love sweet potatoes. So I don't know why I call her my sweet potato, because I don't even like sweet potatoes. I should call her my regular potato, which I do like. Somewhere, somewhere on the list of things that can suck it, I wouldn't say the top of the list, but somewhere on the list of things that can suck it, yams. Yams can suck it. Fuck yams. It's like, what is this? I thought we were having potatoes. Oh no, we're having sweet potatoes, yams. Okay, just remove the word potato from this equation entirely, because this gross, horrible thing is not a potato. It's also not sweet. Yam is a good word for it because yam sounds gross and yams are gross.
Where's
The grinder?
yeah.
It's in my, okay. It was in my purse. I decided to bring my purse too because also the papers are in my purse.
Oh, look at that.
And of course, these guys are in the purse as well. And also, now that she has one arm, Tiffany needs a chair more than ever.
Well, we're able to give it to her.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm not rats in a tent.
What?
I'm not rats in a tent.
I'm not right, I'm not tired. Why? Hello, welcome to Tiffany with famous people. I have an important question. Why did that lady from a long time ago think that people thought she was rats in a tent? So much so that she had to make a song. I'm not rats in a tent. Did people think she was rats in a tent? I don't think that's what that song says, Tiffany. Yes, it does. Tiffany, it's actually, I'm not that innocent. It's like a thing about popsicles. It's like, I can't remember what it was. There's no other song that had Tiffany misinterpret the words to say something about popsicles. I remember finding it funny, but I can't remember exactly what it was. I know exactly where I recorded the video that I'm talking about, though. It was by the back Chinese elm tree. I remember recording the video and laughing, making myself laugh. But I don't remember what the words were of that one. She misinterprets a lot of things.
It's kind of her thing.
Yeah. I believe I missed perfect thing. No, I didn't say you were Miss Perfect thing. I said you misinterpret things. No, I won't accept your pervert ring.
Pervert ring?
I said you misinterpret things. Not pervert ring. Jeez. You're just proving my point, Tiffany. Of course I'm grooving on this joint. It's 420. It's not 420. You don't have to wait till 420 to smoke weed anyway. You can smoke weed all day. From 420 in the morning till 420 in the morning. Smoking weed is like 7-Eleven. It doesn't even close on Christmas. There's a road 420 near our house. We passed it on the way back from Slow, San Luis Obispo.
Slow, yeah.
I'm surprised nobody's stolen those road signs. There are 2 road signs. One that announces it's coming up, Road 420, and then the actual street sign for Road 420, which says Road 420. Exactly the sort of signs people steal, but nobody's stolen those ones, I guess. Or maybe they have been stolen or replaced multiple times. I have no way of knowing for sure. But they don't look brand new. One of the signs has stickers on it. And you know, I don't discriminate against things that have stickers on them because my penis has a lot of stickers on it. Yeah, I thought it was cool when I was a kid. I put a lot of like Garbage Pail Kid stickers on my dick. I regret it because I didn't know they were permanent.
I just thought that they were there for fun. I didn't know they were there permanently.
Yeah, well, it was a long time ago. You know, safety protocols for children's toys weren't as strong as they are now. I naturally also bought a pack of children's temporary scrotum tattoos, and they also turned out to be permanent. Fortunately,
They also turned out to be permanent.
yeah. Fortunately, the one I used was just a tattoo of my own scrotum, so it didn't change the look of it at all. Although as I've grown, you can see where the tattoo scrotum ends and the real scrotum begins. You can just barely see a thin seam. Oh, I could tell right away. You could? Oh, I could tell. I said, have you even ever seen my scrotum? Of course I've seen your grow room. I didn't say grow room. Did you say total? No. Did you say scrumple? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, time for me to pack a bowl, smoke some weed as well. Did we don't have the spoon, huh?
No.
I have to use my miserable, filthy fingers to do this. Like a savage. This is pretty savage of me, huh? Normally, Rachel and I like to do things more civilized way. We use a small silver spoon to scoop our weed.
We do.
Because, you know, we're a gentleman and a lady, not a man and a woman. I'm still a little pissed that the state of California wouldn't let Rachel and I get gay married. Because they said you have to be of the same sex to get gay married. That's discrimination.
Don't they know that your innerness is feminine?
Right. I have out inside this gruff exterior is just a scared little girl. The reason why they should have let us get gay married is because Rachel and I only scissor. This is the only way we have intercourse, is scissoring. That makes us gay. Maybe if we bought a Subaru, then they'd let us get gay married. No, you can only carry a penis. You can't date other boys. That's homophobic. I'm not sure you're using that word right, Tiffany. Of course I have. I found it. Now that word belongs to me. That's not how words work, Tiffany. Shut up, you, and suck my butt. I will not suck your butt. Well, you're shy because you stink. I don't stink. You're a horrible, horrible man. Well, that may be true, but I don't think right now. Sometimes I think. Oh, stop. I just not this life just so you can waste all our time with your own bad stuff. You didn't start this live stream at all, Tiffany. Yes, I did. You only have one arm. How could you start it? Having one arm's bar call that tar. Y'all pass by there. None taken. Two arms is like so last year. Can I put my hand in your armhole? Sure you can, Mindy. Oh, that feels good. I like having your hand in my armhole. I like putting my hand in your armhole. Let's scissor. Okay. But hold on, let me ask my boyfriend. First one? My name's Perry. My name's Perry, Tiffany. Not Fishman. First one? And I'll have Monday I scissor. I'm not entirely sure I'm comfortable with that, Tiffany. Thank you. It's entirely comfortable with it, Monday. Okay, let's scissor. Oh, that's good scissoring. Now, Fishman, you fuck my armhole. Oh, if I have to, okay, Tiffany. I don't do Perry's voice. I keep forgetting how to do everything. Oh, gosh, Tiffany. Okay. My name's Perry, Tiffany, not Fishman. There. You're a fish stick man. Gotta stop, Fishman. You keep fucking my armhole until I say stop. Yeah, Fishman. My name's Perry, not Fishman. Alright, so anyway, now that these three are all sexually satisfied, I guess I can put them away. Tiffany loves having Perry fuck her armhole. But in this instance, She just had Mindy help her with her vagina, I guess. Mindy didn't even bother taking off the bathing suit, so very much all about Tiffany. Oh, of course, it's all about so I'm gonna pull another bowl. I think I'm probably gonna wrap this stream up. Wrap it up like a parcel going home to the customer from a five and dime. Die, motherfucker! Die! Die, motherfucker, die! You are a goddamn fly! My song, Die, motherfucker, die, you are a goddamn fly. Over the next 5 years, Eric would have dozens of hits, including Please Don't Boil Me Alive, Die, Motherfucker, Die, and Cone Putters. What's up with that? Cone putters. These cone putters are putting some cones. Yeah, they're putting some cones. They're putting them here. They're putting them there. Look at all the cones they're putting everywhere. These cone putters are putting some cones. Yes, indeed. You know they're putting some cones. They're putting them here. They're putting them there. These cone putters put them everywhere. That's the cone putter song. Then, of course, there's my other classic hit, Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, which goes, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. It's the song that I got. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, wait. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. It's the song that I got. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. It's the song that I want. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. What I want to do, I want to sing. What I want to sing, I want to sing. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. It's the song that I got. That's my ooh, ah, ooh, ah song. One of many dozens of hits I'll have over the next few years. Should I cut up these trashes right now? I don't really want to. I think what I'm going to do instead, God, is this full of trash? Dark sucker. How do I have so much trash all the time? These boxes. If I could open a shipping company, I have so many boxes. Sephora, you are not good. You fill my house with boxes. I'm gonna cut these boxes out. I'm gonna put some in here and just deal with the rest of them next week. Stupid boxes. Go in the trash. There. This one doesn't even fit. See what I mean about these stupid boxes? Go in there. God. I wish they'd just go away, those boxes. Well, I guess I have to take a couple of trash cans up to the street now. I will just do that right now instead of ending the stream right now, because I'm more likely to do it with you watching me than I am by myself. All right, you horrible trash cans. Let me get you. First, I'm going to put this thing right here. It's very difficult to move 2 trash cans at once. I can move them this far, but if I want to move them up the driveway, I should put them on that. There. Now, just push it up the hill. What's that you say? You're gonna finish the job? You mean put the other 2 trash cans up there? Fine. Joe, how are you, little bug? Oh, I like you. Well, bugs. That's called letting gravity do the work. Unfortunately, gravity doesn't push them up the hill. This goes here. So working smarter. There's no reason to be walking down a hill you can roll down. Now it's conceivable some of you may be a little confused because I believe I just referred to that blue thing as my big pusher. The reason you might be a little bit confused is I actually have 2 things that I call the big pusher. This is one big pusher. You push big things on it, right? But this is a big pusher because you push little things with it, but the pusher's big. See the difference? Big pusher to push big things on. Big pusher to push little things, but the pusher's big. I'll show you how this big pusher works. So, let's say I wanted to, I don't know, clean up this area. See how well it works? You just push it with the big pusher, like this. And all of your mess just gets pushed away. This really is Big Pusher 1. That's Big Pusher 2. I called this Big Pusher before I called that Big Pusher. This is BP1. That's BP2. Now granted, BP1 here is not ideal for getting things out of cracks. That's why you can't just incorporate a big pusher. You need other tools like a broom and stuff as well. But this will make much shorter work of a big job than just a broom alone. If I really wanted to be all STJ about it, I go up there and get all the scoopages from up higher on the driveway. Like, let's pretend, you probably need to be a little higher still. Like, let's pretend, oh, my phone's dead. Oh, my phone's dying. I gotta go, my phone's about dead. Oh, yeah, it's gonna die right now. So that's all the story about the big pusher you get. You're gonna have to live with that. Anyway, before we all mysteriously die and go away, let me just say I love you. And I'll see you later.